you, honorable members of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, attached to the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety, Honorable Health, Honorable Manama, Honorable Menguda, Honorable Baldoy, and Honorable Moss. A blessed morning to you. Blessed morning, support staff. Blessed morning, Team Transport, led here by the MEC, Honorable Susanna Violet Nantier and your team. Let's also welcome the Provincial Commissioner. The Provincial Commissioner and your team. Who else is supposed to join us? Do we have colleagues from the BMA? So, which means, honorable members, it's only ourselves, the department, the entity GAL, Gateway Airports Authority Limited, and the South African Police Services led here by the Provincial Commissioner.
Sure, I'm hearing that they are on their way.
The BMA.
The BMA, yes.
So definitely BMA will be joining us. And thank you very much, colleagues. You are welcome to this meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety that is convened for a purpose of discussion of the second and third quarters. And the SAPS would like to understand what have you seen on our roads, what have you seen in our communities over the festive season. And we need that report and also the statistics in a helicopter view. But just to assure the people of this province, the Provincial Commission and the team, that Limpopo is still a safer province. So if they hear it from you, it will give comfort to the people of this province. Let me also put a disclaimer that, honorable members, colleagues, this meeting is, you find it on the YouTube channel of the Provincial Legislature, the Parliament channel, and other visual platforms that I wouldn't know, but I know that's the two where we are now. So please rest assured that this meeting is live. So the level of inputs and the level of how we interact, the people of Limpopo will be here to judge. Thank you very much. I believe colleagues have with themselves the agenda for today. And I don't know, Mr. Roko Mpule. We have an agenda there in front of us, ourselves, and my name is still Leviaki Liboni, the chairperson responsible for the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety. And there's an agenda in front of us. Item 1 is opening and welcome remarks. We'll move to item 2, that will be attendance. Item number 3, introductions. 4, confirmation of the agenda. Like I said, this will be a briefing by the Department on Transport, HOD and Community Safety MEC, the second and the third quarter of the financial year 25-26. Then we'll have a briefing by Gateway Airports Authority Limited, the second and third quarter. But where is the interim board, CEO?
Morning, Chairperson. We received an apology from the Chairperson of the board. He says he's just getting some medical attention, but he will join us shortly. And we've got an apology from Ms. Mashilwani. So the other members are here.
How many members of the interim board are here from Ghana? Will you kindly just raise? It's only 2. He's from the department, right?
Yes.
So how many members of the interim board do you have currently? MEC, how many members of the interim board do you have?
6.
There are 6. So 3 is not here in the first meeting of the portfolio committee. All right. Are you noting that, colleagues? Thank you very much. You may take a seat. Then we go to item number 7, briefing by the South African Police Services through their Provincial Commissioner. The overview on festive 2025-26 and 26 January festive season report, and the third quarter statistic report, December 2025. But I would here request Provincial Commissioner, if there's any matters that are for 2026 already that you would need to bring to attention of the committee or the people of this province, you'll please do that on your 7.2. Then on 7.3, we'll have a report from the Border Management Authority. I'm told the colleagues are still on their way. And we'll have item number 8, accountability on GAL outstanding tracking resolutions, correspondences, deliberations and discussions. Now, colleagues, that is your agenda for the day. I don't know if there's any amendments that you want to effect on the agenda. Is all in order? If so, let's go to item number 2. Mpule, let's take us through attendance.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the committee, departments, subs, and other stakeholders present. The committee received an apology from Honorable Sibutona and Honorable Shai. I thank you, Honorable Nkomo, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to item number 3, introductions, starting from my right.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC, HOD and GAL, our Police Commissioner. Thank you very much for being here. All the honourable members, it's nice to see everybody again. My name is Mari Hallam. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC and your entourage. I'm Christina Mohale, a member of this portfolio committee.
Chair and honorable members and MEC and your entourage. My name is Manama Rogers. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
My name is Deborah Ndubuka, member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Julani Malo, member of this committee.
Morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable MEC, Honourable Police Commissioner and your teams, Director of GAL. My name is Andre Moss and I'm also a member of this portfolio committee.
Thank you very much. Support staff, starting from my father.
My name is Maputi Morudi. I'm an assistant committee coordinator.
My name is Nyori Motapo. I'm with the communications unit of the Limpopo legislature. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Malingana. I'm from the ANC Party Caucus.
Good morning, my name is Makula Sapota, committee coordinator.
Good morning. My name is Jilagan Pasha. I'm the committee researcher.
Good morning, IT support.
Morning, Mawara Zero Communication Services.
Morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable MEC, members of the committee and the departments. My name is Nick Smith. I'm the researcher for the Bureau of Front Lines. Thank you.
Are you done? Thank you. Honourable MEC, can you take us through introduction?
Thanks so much and good morning to yourself, Chairperson, and your team of honourable members. HOD, team transport led by the HOD, team SAPS led by the Provincial Commissioner, GAL led by the CEO and all the officials that are present in this meeting. Good morning. My name is Mathe Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo. I will allow each one of us to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC, honourable members, CEO, the Provincial Commissioner, colleagues. My name is Stephen Majana. I'm the head of the Department, Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members. Morning to the MEC, HOD, Provincial Commissioner, board members and colleagues. My name is Mohadim Matli and I'm the CEO for GAL.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members, the MEC, HOD and the CEO. Chairperson, my name is Tindi Hakega. I'm the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS in Limpopo. With me, I'm with the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Crime Detection, Major General Masini. I'm also with Brigadier Fadistad, who is our coordinator in terms of operations in the province. The last person that I had was our current statistician, Brigadier Mantat. Thank you, Chairperson. And the money is for my office. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, members of GAR. My name is Jeff Kulwane, the CFO of GAR.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, MEC, HOD, PC, and the CEO, and colleagues. My name is Paul Mangani, Chief Director for Transport Operations in the Department of Transport and Community.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, MEC, HOD, CEO, GAR, and all members. My name is Mujaji Mogashwa, Acting Chief Director, Provincial Secretary for Police Service.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable members, HOD. I'm Kawana Piniko, the Acting CFO of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, MEC, HOD, CEO, Provincial Commissioner, colleagues. My name is Ngokumangena, Chief Director for Corporate Management Services in the department, also attending as the shareholder representative at GAR. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, MEC, HOD, and officials. My name is T.A. Matsiri, Chief Director of Transport.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members, MEC, HOD, CEO, Provincial Commissioner, colleagues in attendance. My name is George Ramsden, member of the board.
We did not get that, sir. Would you kindly raise up your
My name
voice?
is George Ramsden, member of the board.
Dimansharoni, MEC Toya Masho, na mirado ya komiti inoni, nendimambo mumsita, ni murado wa chipinganya na wapodo ya kanda.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, MEC, HOD, CEO, Provincial Commissioner, members. My name is Kumojo Mahato, Director Strategic Management of the Department of Transport and Community Safety.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Kim Kosa, Director of the HOD Sports Office from the Department of Transport and Community Safety.
Good morning, Chair, MEC, HOD, CEO of PPC, and all to all observed. My name is Tsepara Mpupa from GAR.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, MEC, HOD, CEO, colleagues, and all honorable members. My name is Mashudu Mabata, Director of Communications, Department of Transport. Thank you.
All right. We have captured every voice in the meeting. How did it pass it? All right.
Good morning. My name is Nolita Klu. I am from GARS and I manage HR. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Musili Kulu, Senior Manager Operations.
All right. I hope you'll not say you are from GAR, because now you can introduce yourself. You see, it will be already saying more, that's why things are not done correctly. The colleagues are not, it's fine. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Julius Hamanchie. I'm head of supply chain from GAR.
Are you serious? Thank you very much.
My name is Kansa Magamu. I'm from GAR.
Let me see, you see your people. The train passed. So if there was not another train for them to get on, they would be left behind. You see yourself as CEO. No, that was on a lighter note, and thank you very much, colleagues, honorable members. Could we now, before we confirm the agenda, let me see. The theme of this meeting this morning says, we do not make changes for the sake of making them, but we never fail to make a change when once it is demonstrated that the new way is better than the old way. That is the theme of this meeting. That is the view of these members of the Portfolio Committee. And this theme, to be able to get to the end of when we are knocking off in this meeting, depends on how yourself and the entity will be able to address matters that we have raised sharply as this Portfolio Committee. Okay. Hence, I read this theme for you, that we do not make changes for the sake of making them, but we never fail to make changes when once it is demonstrated that the new way is better than the old way. That was Henry Ford. And for those ones that are able to read between the lines of the Portfolio Committee, will be able to adequately address the theme of this particular meeting. Colleagues, let's go to item number 4, confirmation of this agenda.
Morning, Chair. Marianne, I would like to suggest that we accept this agenda for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Dunani.
No, I second the agenda.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to item number 5, where we'll receive briefing by the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Honorable MEC, we're going to take the second and third quarter together. And let me tell you, let me maybe give a thumbs up that we know and understand we're playing an oversight over a clean audit department. But there are areas that we are still very uncomfortable with MEC and HOD. And when we go to the discussion on analysis of the second and third quarter, kindly let's not go through a lot of, what do they call this passion? A lot of preface that would want to tell us. Tell us, we want to get deep into the issues, MEC. This is where we are, this is where we come from, this is an upward trajectory, or this is a weakness. When we come through as a department with a TLB to create things out of the way. But what am I saying? I'm saying this meeting must be very effective, HOD. In that when it becomes effective, it does not need us reading into a lot of our reports that us as a portfolio committee have went through. We want to know what is truly happening on the ground. Because when we focus on a lot of English, a lot of things fall through the cracks, MEC. So we need to know where are we going? And matters that we have raised as a portfolio committee with you all along. How far are you in attaining those challenges? Do you have challenges? Do you have weaknesses? And where are these challenges? What I'm saying is let the oversight be effective at HOD and MEC. And we've been with us for some time, it's 2 years now. You know how, as the portfolio committee, we need you to report. Let's take it at that. Then once you are done with the second and third quarter. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. I don't think the grade that will be needed today will be spot on as per the theme of the meeting. Let me take this opportunity again and allow my HOD to give the reports.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the opportunity, and greetings once again to the Chairperson and honorable members. I will start with quarter 2. Chairperson, indeed, I will focus on areas where perhaps maybe we may then attempt to draw attention of the committee. Suffice to say, we will then talk to the overachieved indicators just slightly, but in the main we'll focus on the underachieved indicators. We will then go from program to program in terms of performance. We'll then talk about our budget performance, and then we'll wrap it up with the revenue collection in terms of how we fared. Chairperson, if you look at quarter 2, the department had planned 25 targets, and we managed to achieve 23, which translates to 92%. 2 targets were not achieved, and it's an 8%. And if you look at the program 3 and 4, Transport Regulation and PSPS, Provincial Secretariat for Police Service, managed to achieve 100%, with the first 2, Administration and Transport Operations, trailing there because they've missed 1 target each. The second slide is just what we've been talking about. The comparatively, just we're saying administration declined a bit if you compare with from where we come from Q1. Transport operations still obtained 67% in Q1 and Q2 comparatively. It really shows that there's a sticky issue in transport operations that we're not able to get past. That is why you see the performance is consistent throughout Q1 and Q2. There's just 1 target that we're dealing with. We'll talk to it. Transport regulation managed to improve from 62% to 100% in Q2. Provincial Secretariat has been consistent with 100%. And if you look at it, overall we're coming from 83% in Q1 to 92%, which shows an improvement. The underachieved indicators, and this is now where I would want us to look into deeply. There was an indicator on percentage of compliance to e-disclosure, where we had a DPS system that crashed while the e-disclosure were in pursuit. And the intervention was that we then indicated to DPSA that the system had problems. Actually, they were able to pick it up and they managed to resolve the problem. However, the train had already left the station in terms of the deadlines. So it was a system error from DPSA. The one sticky issue is the number of routes subsidized. If you remember, in Q1 we had this issue wherein we have got new contracts for subsidy that were negotiated. Then more operators did not have their fleet in line with what we needed, especially look at GNT, but there was just a phase-in approach that we were looking at in terms of ensuring that we had given them 12 months to say, now that you start with the critical routes and go and procure buses. But in the main, then you have GNT that does not have the fleet that we need. And we're continuing with consultation just so that we start to say the phase-in period is now lapsing. They need to start to ramp up their operations. They overachieved. I'm not going to talk much about that. We have actually over-collected the revenue, and then the number of speed operations conducted on our roads. We actually did more operations because we are trying to deal with the issues of road safety. A number of vehicles weighed. The more we have a lot of vehicles on our roads, it means we will have a lot of them that are weighed, particularly if they fail the preliminary scanning, especially these are your heavy motor vehicles. So the more you have a lot of them, that's the more they are weighed. And we also had an underachieved indicators. These are under transport regulations, the number of vehicles stopped and checked. No, this is not, let me just pass this on because I've spoken about it. Now, if I'm to go to program by program administration chairperson, I will not delve much into issues, just to indicate that on the output indicator, amount of revenue collected, I indicated that we have over collected because most of our motor vehicle license areas were paid by motorists, and more money was coming from penalties on renewals, traffic fines and repayments on debts that were owed to the department. On the e-disclosure, I've indicated the issues there. And under transport operations, the main issue that we're dealing with is the variance of the 115, wherein we had a quarterly target of 791 routes that are subsidized that were to be operated, and we achieved 676. This was the case also in Q1, in the main because we rely on these operators to have the buses on their roads. Although we had a period where we said after the award of these contracts, we give them a 12 months period to phase in the operations. but we are seeing that there were improvements. Suffice to say that your GNT is still having serious problems. To a certain point, they leased buses, but they're still not at 100%. And under transport regulation, I've indicated the number of speed operations conducted. We've done more operations in Q2. On the number of vehicles weighed, I've indicated also that the more you have a lot of vehicles on our roads, that's the more we screen and weigh a lot of those. And on the number of vehicles stopped and checked also, we have actually done a lot, because we are trying to stage a pushback against serious fatalities that we have on our roads. So we're checking these vehicles for roadworthiness, for proper documentations, and in the main just to check other violations that are there. On the number of road safety awareness interventions conducted, we have a variance of 22 because Vembe managed to come through there dealing with the same issue. The Provincial Secretary for Police Service, Chairperson, here this is when we're dealing with our work together with the South African Police Service. I can indicate that this program managed to attain 100% on the number of provincial evaluations conducted on SAPS programs. It was 1 and 1 was achieved. We also looked at the number of reports compiled on the implementation of the and compliance to the Domestic Violence Act by SAPS. We were to deal with 1 and it was achieved without challenges. There's a very important one on number 3, number of monitoring reports compiled on implementation of IPID recommendations by SAPS per year. We didn't have a problem there. And also the number of reports compiled on the management of service delivery complaints received against the SAPS, and we managed to also deal with that. These are service delivery complaints that we receive as government from various areas. It could be from the hotline, some coming from the Office of the Premier, some coming directly to us. Then we're able to deal with them together with the South African Police Service. And we do have our policing, our forums in the communities. We check their functionality. The community policing forums, all 29 were checked and they are functional. And the community safety forums also that are dealing with the work that just ensuring that they assist and work with SAPS, mainly to deal with the gap that normally prevails between the South African Police Service and the communities, especially because in areas where you find the communities are not comfortable to engage SAPS for various reasons, one of them being the trust deficit that is there. So the CPF comes in there and deal with that. They are also functional, there are no issues. And we also have an indicator that talks to capacity building sessions for them to be effective, those 2 forums, and we've done that as per the planned target. And then the number of social crime prevention programs per year, we were to deal with 1 per quarter, and it was then dealt with without any challenges. On the number of community mobilization awareness campaigns, we've dealt with 25 as planned. And the number of schools involved in community safety education programs, also 25 was achieved out of 25. These are programs that we go to schools just to ensure that we deal with these various issues. Now, we also have annual targets, Chairperson, and I'm not going to really talk much about them because they are in the main going to be reported in Q4. On the budget performance, from a budget of 3 billion, Chairperson, as at end of Q2, we had managed to spend 1.2 billion, which is 42.1%, and our projection was that because it's Q2, we're supposed to be at 49.4. On a straight line, on the norm, we're supposed to be at 50%. By virtue of that, we're midway into the year. So our projection was supposed to be 1.4 billion, but we had spent 1.2, and these are the reasons. If you look at our COE, we had delays in implementing the pay progression of our officials from level 1 to 12, and that really slowed down our budget performance and the filling of vacant posts. At the time, we had not filled positions. Under goods and services, we have also experienced low budget movement because of we had to re-advertise some of our projects because they were non-responsive. Your repairs, maintenance, and calibration of existing mobile speed measuring equipment. The provincial airlift strategy that we are developing for the province, it was initially not responsive, but we had to go back to the market, and I can indicate that all of them now have been dispatched, as you'll see in the next quarters. The issue around the ITP for Bluebird and Marilla municipalities, we also had challenges of having to redo some of these projects. On the transfers and subsidies, it is as indicated, the routes that are not actually operated by operators like your GNT, although this chairperson is seen as a saving, but all what we are worried about as the department is we have given out these routes because we understand commuters have to travel, commuters have to be empowered because they buy monthly tokens so that they can realize savings as and when they come to work. And these are commuters that come to work on a daily basis. In the morning they work in town, they have to travel back. And to a certain extent you still find some of the learners that are really leaning towards this service. So your GNT did not really do us any good. The moment they don't travel, even the claims will then suffer in that regard. On the capital assets, in terms of that, we had challenges with the delivery of office furniture, laptops and desktops, but where we are right now, it is something that was actually sorted. Now, program by program, I'm not going to talk much, just to indicate that program 1, we managed to spend 50.5%, which was not really a problem if you look at it. Then program 2, we spent 35.3. If you go to program 3 now, you look at it, you see that against the projection of 49.5, we spent 46.2, and I've spoken to the reasons thereof. Program 4, from a projection of 47.3, we spent 38.8. Now, one of the things, Chairperson, that we do as the department is our services, the nature of our services, that they attract revenue. So in terms of revenue collection, as at the 30th September 2025, Chair, the annual target was that we were to collect 931.4 million. And as at the time of reporting 30th September 2025, we had actually collected 465.8 million. And if you look at it, we had actually over collected by 22.7 million, or by 2.4%, because we collected quite a lot, Chairperson, from motor vehicle licenses, abnormal load and revenue financial assets. This, in terms of quarter 2, this is where we are. I'm not so sure if I can just connect with quarter 3. All right. Quarter 3 takes the same form and shape, Chairperson. I'll deal mainly with the underachieved indicators, just so that we are able to share the challenges. We will also just indicate the performance of each program, and then we'll deal mainly with our budget performance report, and then we'll deal with revenue collection. If you look at quarter 3, we still had 25 targets. We then achieved 23. 2 were not achieved. It's 92%. 8% escaped us in that regard, coming from the first 2 programs. In quarter 3, the amount of revenue collected, we under collected in quarter 3 as opposed to quarter 2, Chairperson. but in the main, it was receipts that were not captured due to the system being slow. So it was nothing external. It was just that the receipts were not captured into the system at the time of actually printing and doing analysis. And then the outstanding receipts were to be captured in Q4. The number of routes subsidized, you'll realize that in Q1, Q2, and Q3, we're having a challenge with this target, as I've indicated, mainly because of the phasing period of the 12 months by operators. When you look closely, your GNTS have indicated that they are not able to raise their bar when it comes to the availability of fleet. To a certain extent, this affects us, Chairperson, when we talk budget performance, but also it is a saving. But the final mile is that commuter that is supposed to rely on that bus is not able to do that. They are now relying on the taxis. And if you look at the fare, with a bus, you pay 50% of what you pay with a normal taxi. So that is actually where, as the department, we are being pained a lot by the unavailability of these buses. Some may look at it to say we're penalizing these operators, but at the helm of it is that commuter who needs to be benefiting from this is now going to rely on an expensive mode of transport, being a taxi. Now, in terms of Q1, administration have indicated that the amount of revenue collected, we had under collected because of the receipts that were not captured. Program 2, if you look at the number of routes subsidized, that's actually what I'm talking about. We have a variance of 79 from Q2, mainly because of operators without the required number of buses that we need. If you go to transport regulation, then you realize that because they don't have a problem, it is just over achievements here, mainly on the number of speed operations conducted. And then we've indicated that this now is influenced by our push towards ensuring that we minimize road accidents so that we place ourselves to achieve the 2030 target, where we are required to reduce serious crashes and serious injuries and road deaths by 50% by 2030. Number of vehicles weight, it's the same. The more volumes we have on our roads, we're subjecting these vehicles to our inspection points, being the way bridges. On the number of vehicles stopped and checked, still we have actually overachieved on this one by 11,444, basically because of more vehicles stopped and checked in response to unplanned operations. Especially, we are counting those that the members of the legislature and the executive had requested some of these unplanned operations, then we overachieved. We've done them when we do our initial targets. The baseline is not looking into some of the unplanned operations that are requested by legislature and some of the members of EXCO. So, but we have to count them because we do record them, especially what we find, the conditions that we find with those vehicles. The number of road safety awareness interventions conducted, we've done more by 48 because we're trying to look more into intensifying awareness just to ensure that we're able to deal with these issues. And when you look at it, also we had unplanned initiatives that are coming from the Premier herself and the MEC in that regard. So those were additionals from our planned ones. Now, if you look at Q3 on its own in terms of performance, we actually did not have a lot of challenges except the two, which are amount of revenue collected and the number of routes subsidized. Now, on the departmental expenditure, our budget performance, Chairperson, we had our budget adjusted to 2.9 because of a budget adjustment period, and we had projected to spend 75.8%, but we spent 68.3 accordingly. And the reasons thereof are mainly around the delays in the implementation of the ITP for Tawazimbi. Chair, we are developing the integrated transport plan for Tawazimbi because we are trying to make sure that they are able to deal with the issues of the taxi operating licenses. So you need this document for you to be able to deal with this issue. So we are developing it for Tawazimbi and a few other municipalities where we are seeing a lot of challenges that relates to the municipalities not being able to understand the demands versus supply in relation to the transport services in those municipalities. So we had delays there at Tawazimbi because of the SLA issues. The issue of the electronic fare collection and validation equipment also was awarded a little bit late, and the issue of the procurement of the radar fixed cameras also was withdrawn because of some of the challenges that we picked up as and when we were dealing with our benchmark. The feasibility study on the high-speed rail that is being talked about, we had 80 million that was actually budgeted for in terms of conducting the pre-feasibility together with Gauteng. Because of the issues of decision makings at the ministerial level, we had to, that's why we did not spend the money. And the project was, at the end of the day, withdrawn. Transfers and subsidies, we spend 68.3%, and this, if you look at it, it's still the issue of the phasing approach by operators. The main one being the GNT with no amount of fleet that we require to be able to deal with this issue. I've actually explained a lot on this and the impact thereof at the level of service delivery. And then payments of capital assets, we had the projector screens and the desktop printers that actually were not delivered at the time. That's why we did not realize the spending that we required, but this was actually sorted in fourth quarter. Program 1, we're just indicating that they spent 71.6 against 71.1, which was an over a little bit, which is something that we appreciate. Program 2, from a projection of 78%, they spent 63.6. Program 3, against the planned 76.5%, they've actually managed to spend 71.6%. And program 4, from a projection of 76% chairperson, we managed to spend 71.2, and we've actually given the reasons in the main to say some of the delays in the implementation of our EPWP stipends in terms of dispatching them to participants. It took long. What happens is when EPWP members are actually participating in the department, we have to register them. We have got to, to a certain point, look into the issues of their criminal records, and that delays us. On revenue collection, Chairperson, you recall that we said this is one of the targets that we didn't achieve. If you look at it, the revenue collection was actually at 697 million, or if you like, 74.8% against our main appropriation of 942.3 million, which is now the annual one. We underperformed on this one because of the receipts that we've indicated that were not really captured. So in relation to quarter 3, Chairperson, this is where we are. The 4 programs did well. Only 2 targets, the under collection of revenue and the issue of number of route subsidized, really gave us a problem. But we are continuing to engage with GNT. To a certain point, they've leased buses, but they've really not covered the entire ground that we need, and we will continuously deal with the issue of engagements with them. Thank you very much.
MEC, that is your report, second and third quarter reports of your department, and I believe that is your reports yourself, MEC, HOD and the entire team. Yes. I would want us to move to item number 6 on the briefing of town, but we must just get a 10 minutes comfort break, allow the colleagues to just quickly put in the sitting arrangement properly. Then we get ready in 10 minutes to get the briefing from Gateway Airports Authority Limited. I'm not done, Kasha. Why are you running? All right. We are going to get a 10 minutes, will be a 13 minutes comfort break. 10 minutes after 9 o'clock. After 9 o'clock, we should be back in the meeting and colleagues would have arranged the sitting properly. Yes, colleagues, we can then quickly attend to our Colleagues, we are now getting to item number 6, briefing by GAL, second and third quarter report. But before we get to GAL, honorable members, colleagues, I understand there's an interim board at GAL, and the last meeting we had, ourselves as a committee, MEC, we're not happy. Maybe let's register our, I can't say dissatisfaction. I'm looking at a proper way that will not let me be misconstrued. And when we had, as a portfolio committee, CEO, MEC, that there was an interim board at Gateway Airports Authority Limited, and without the knowledge of the portfolio committee. That said to us, first, we are not respected as a portfolio committee. Secondly, to say the department does not value the importance of this portfolio committee, because a board of directors for the entity is a critical body. And if that could happen without the knowledge of this portfolio committee, just for information purposes, will not sit with you in the boardroom and say, Baloi must sit, Nengoda must sit. That we can do, but we are saying, in an instance, Honorable Helm, where a critical decision like that CEO is taken, and to even go to an extent of holding a ceremony where you are welcoming the board of directors, then none of the portfolio committee members is there. What does that say? It says yourselves, you have appointed an interim committee, and ARENA as a portfolio committee. We are far from this process. And in English, it's simply saying, whatever happens with the interim board, the GAL and the department, that is not our baby. It's what in essence is saying. And I'm registering the dissatisfaction of the entire committee. For the MEC, we felt so disrespected that such a critical decision takes place. Yourself as the MEC, the HOD, and the CEO, none of yourselves felt that, but I think we are missing an important component, an oversight. Let's invite them so they too can come and join us while we are handing over the interim board. These are new members of the interim board. This one is Stephen Mashilo Majena. These are the qualifications, because the reason you told us you are not appointing a board that were advertised last year, when was it, in July, is because you are not getting skills in aviation or whatever it is. It's what you said to us. But now, when you bring an interim board, you don't bring it to the committee again, that no, a portfolio committee as the department, where we are not able to appoint this board. These are the reasons, but we have an interim board consistent of this A, B, C, D, E, and F. And I'm raising this in the most modest way possible, and I'm raising this on behalf of the portfolio committee. It's not the chairperson's view. And I'm saying this to avoid them to raise it individually. So we felt so disrespected, MEC. There's no better way to say it except that. And also, we would need to know, when you continue, since you could not appoint the board based on expertise, certain expertise that we're looking for, the interim board, do they possess those expertise that denied you to appoint a full component of the board? Those are two questions that I'm bringing on behalf of the portfolio committee. As and when you report, I think it's beyond you, CEO. This one, that's why I'm directing it to the MEC herself. We do not want to even try to answer that. It's through the Honorable MEC that happened, and as a portfolio committee, we are so dissatisfied and felt extremely disrespected in that regard. With that being said, we are going to second quarter, third quarter of GAL. You will introduce yourselves. We don't know who's the chair. We are not talking about gossips we had on the road. As a portfolio committee, we don't know who is the chair now and how long they've been in office and how long is the term of office, and what are their terms of reference, and how long must they be in the committee or in that board until you appoint? Those are questions that we need to know through you, MEC. We don't want the CEO to respond. We don't want whoever is the chair. So we believe before they report, Carl will then officially introduce the interim board, who's the chair, what do they do, aviation, whatever the case might be. But let us know. If we do not know, it means the people of this province will never know who are members of that interim board. And I think I've represented your views, honorable members. Thank you very much. And we can take it to Ghana. But first, please start with the introduction of the board official.
Thanks so much, Chairperson, and let me take this opportunity to apologize on behalf of myself and the HOD for not having informed you as the committee about the appointment of the interim board. As you said that last year we advertised, after we have advertised, we were told that when we brought those names to the Premier, she was not happy because the candidates themselves, she said they are not meeting the standards. So we're supposed to re-advertise. So we re-advertise. When we're supposed to do shortlistings and everything, we're told to stop. Then we must look for an interim board because we can't leave the space being vacant. That's how the HOD was supposed to write to how many departments? To departments, asking departments to forward one person who can serve in the interim board. So they were like sent to us. Where we are now, the chairperson of the board is Mr. Ramakwela from the office of the Premier. So in our first meeting, it was not a meeting per se. We were told that they are going to get a workshop. They were supposed to be workshopped on that day. So only four, you were four, what, five? Attended that session, but we thought it's not enough. They will again come and be workshopped. So far, the term of office, I'm sure it will depend on how quick we are as the department to start with the process of shortlisting, because already we do have the new bench of people that have applied. Then we'll take it from there. So on the day of when I will start, it is between myself and the HOD to go and decide when I was going to start with the shortlisting, with the other MECs that we have identified to be part of that shortlisting team. And the appointment will be done by the Premier. That's how we think this process must go. But my apology again to say we didn't inform the portfolio committee. And then it means a letter will come again and explain the reasons behind, if there are reasons. But today I'm saying my 100% apologies. We took it for granted to be saying we'll inform the committee when things are unfolding. So that's my problem for now. I accept whatever you said, even if you should have said it in a harsh way. To me, it was going to be good, so that next time when we do things, we're not doing things for the department, we are doing things for the people of Limpopo, who you are the eyes and the mouth of them. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Monama, Honorable Mangwana, and Honorable Helm.
I'm still here, Chair. I still survive.
Honorable Wongani Nkonyana, the little brother to the chairperson. Thank you, Kanyana.
Thanks very much, honorable members of the committee. Perhaps we need to put all the gaps in a row so that we are on the same wavelength of issues, so that as and when we transact this issue, at least we are on par in terms of the frequency of issues. I had Honorable MEC saying that they shortlisted, they advertised, shortlisted but submitted to the Premier. which the Premier said that they don't qualify, which to me is an anomaly. I wanted it to be clarified so that we know exactly who said these people do not qualify. And where does the Premier feature in the whole arrangement? Because my own understanding is that the shareholder, which is the MEC, is the one and the only one in terms of the law who has to appoint the board and no one else. That's why I'm more confused, Chair, because immediately you make a mention of the Premier. That's a serious indictment in terms of the corporate governance, and I don't think we can condone such unprecedented cases if they come across. But also, what is it that we have appointed? Is it, you are saying that the appointment letter, Chair, which I think they have to clarify, they are saying is an expert advisory committee. That's where your question comes. Do they have those set of expertise and competencies that they have as experts in terms of their aviation and other things? But I think also we need to, but I think we'll get a comprehensive and a detailed report without bordering the meeting that we need to find where does the Premier features here. Because to me it's more of an interference, and we need to be more clarified. And what criteria was used to identify these people? Whether interim or what, the criteria, Honorable MEC, that was employed to appoint these people. I see my friend, who's a friend to Ramapuela.
And that's the truth.
It's just a friend like this. It's on a lighter note, but basically what I wanted to put across is that what was the criteria which was employed, Chair. But I was just, the debate was triggered by the issue of the previous saying that they don't qualify. You advertise, you shortlist people, 5 people, and then from there you submit them somewhere, and then they say they don't qualify. Yeah, maybe let me see better explain for us so that this meeting must note it and know exactly what has transpired, why that the advert was done but no one qualified, because it's surprising because you need a set of skills in terms of your act. You are lawyers, you are accountants, and so forth, not necessarily aviation per se. Are you saying that we don't have enough lawyers, we don't have enough accountants in the province or even outside? Those are some of the state issues that I think you have to clarify so that we deal with the optics to say exactly whom are we, what type of an animal are we dealing with, and whether the procedure was strictly followed and so forth. That's my submission, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mampam.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think Honorable Munama has covered the part that I wanted to come with on the expertise of the interim board, whether they've got that aviation expertise. Ndabera Mapula is my friend, and I want to clear that it's not about personally about them and doubting the knowledge that they have, but if it was about aviation, do they have expertise, aviation and so on? So that was my question. And also the time frame. I'm not sure if I've seen the time frame on the appointment letter, because it's for how long will we have that interim board?
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are terms of reference. You are citing Mr. Ramakwela for the last time. I think I must protect him now.
But he's my friend.
Those are one of friendship that belong to this boardroom. Honorable Leo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I was partly covered by the to honourable members, but my question is, the first numbers were submitted to the Premier, for whatever reason, it was not approved, and now we have the interim board. But the cost will be the same, isn't it? So if you are an interim board member, you will get the same remuneration or as if you are permanent, isn't it? So I just want to check, because now we assume that the interim board haven't got the qualifications that a board is supposed to be, otherwise they must have been appointed as a permanent member, isn't it? So we need to understand what the cost implication will be. So if I walk into Pick n Pay and I take half a loaf of bread, and I come out, I only pay for half a loaf of bread, not the full bread. So we need to understand how the cost is working here. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. There are 3 questions from members.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Let me correct something. We never started with the shortlisting.
Oh,
I am still
MEC. Just I know.
My dying
you should
future,
come sit here next to me.
Yeah, my dying future, don't
I can't see. It's fine. Apologies, Honourable Konyana. You can come.
I see that the MEC is very excited to respond, but I must first. That's what we need. MECs who are full of energy and the zeal to serve. Thanks very much, Chair, and greetings, colleagues and honourable members. Repeat. Oh yeah, right. This one. Chair, as honourable members are asking questions, us who studied communication understand what science means. So as and when colleagues interact during question sessions, it clearly displays what is happening at GAL. In between the accounting authority, the shareholder and executive authority. It clearly tells us what is happening. This small briefing by the MEC, Chairperson, might lead us to not have a surprise when the final report finally comes. Yeah? This I say because clear questions were asked, but I want to re-emphasize one that you asked. And I'm not sure of the appointment letter, but who are the board members, Chair? Because it's only one that was introduced here, which is the Chairperson from the Office of the Premier. The indication that we got is that all departments were given a circular to submit one. Now, clearly, we're expecting 10 plus the Chair, of course, because we have 10 departments plus the Office of the Premier. So can we be privileged, Chair? And also, it be emphasized on what led to the appointment of each. Thanks, Chair.
Honourable MEC, I wouldn't want to answer on your behalf. There are issues that were raised by members, but what is important and critical, before we get to the gist of the report and analysis of that, we need to have a full component of the board. This is Honourable Pidibone Lebeya, a PhD student and candidate, aviation, accountancy, from the Department of Transport and Community Safety. This is a Bongani Nkonyana, architect, CA, chartered accountant, Department of Treasure. We need to know that. And also taking into account the questions that emanated from the 3 members.
Okay. Thanks, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members. As I said, we advertised the positions of being members of the board, but before we can even start with the shortlisting, the Premier requested me to give him the list where it was said she is not happy when looking at those people that have applied, who were given a go-ahead to re-advertise again. So we re-advertised and it was closed. Where we are now, we have to start with the shortlisting. But before we were supposed to start with the shortlisting, we were told that we can't leave GAL without leadership. We have to appoint an interim board. So as the department, we wrote letters to the following departments: the Limpopo Provincial Treasury, Office of the Premier, Department of Public Works, Department of Economic Development, the Limpopo Tourism Agency, and ourselves as the shareholder, which makes 6 people if we appoint them to be interim. So the people that have been appointed, one from the Office of the Premier, the friend to Honourable Mohale, Mr. Ramakwela, Department of Public Works, Road and Transport and Infrastructure, Miss L.F. Mashilwani.
Where
Miss
is
L.F. Mashilwani.
Where is Miss Mashilwani, MEC?
I'm sure the CEO will give us the apology.
Did she
Then,
apologize, Chair? Just a minute, MEC, did she apologize?
Yes, she has. Unfortunately, they were called to the HOD's meeting since 7:30. She's still not able to come out of that meeting. She has sent an apology, and we have duly sent it through when it was mentioned earlier that the two members were not present, Ms. Mashilwane and Mr. Matopo, are the only ones who are missing in the meeting today.
That would be a serious indictment on yourselves as an interim board, that the first meeting that you are interfacing with the portfolio committee, we have apologies, particularly where Ms. Mashulani is not an HOD herself. She should have requested to come and meet the portfolio committee. Kindly register the dissatisfaction of the portfolio committee with regards to the first meeting. We need to know, all of you, the people of this province need to know the board that is responsible for getting the Airports Authority Limited. It's okay, but kindly register the dissatisfaction of the committee. You can proceed, MEC.
So from Provincial Treasury, we've got Mr. M.G. Ramuseteli.
Maybe when you do that, kindly may they rise on their feet so we can be able to know. All right.
From Lidet, we've got Mr. T.L. Matobo.
It's not here.
It's not
Oh,
here.
it's part of the apologies.
Limpopo Tourism Agency, Dr. M. Sita, and Transport and Community Safety, Mr. J.J. N. Mangena, which makes them to be 6. So, we said, are they getting salary? Because they are interim. To my knowledge, they are not supposed to be paid because they are members of the public. They are being employed by the same government because it was just picked from their department. So they are not getting anything. So when is the time frame, interim board? I said as soon as we start with the shortlisting, when we're done, then we'll terminate them. Thanks.
MEC, as soon as we are starting with the shortlisting, it's not a time frame, actually. Because you might decide to start with the shortlisting on the 1st of December. So let's also agree that there's a report Honorable Manama requested. In that report, sit yourselves down. You know what we say as a portfolio committee. Don't answer for the sake of reporting. Sit down, check your time frames, HOD, report to us deadlines and timelines that you know you'll be able to achieve adequately without any request of extension whatsoever. So we don't want to put you on a tight spot. Take your things in order, put your ducks in row, like Honorable Panama is saying, and send us that particular report, which we are going to expect before the end of the day on Friday. What is the date of Friday?
17.
Before the end of business, that is 5 o'clock on the 17th of April, 2026. Not a long report, MEC. What we had requested, these are the terms of reference. Because if you appoint people, you don't give them terms of reference, they might end up not knowing what is it that is expected of them. So put terms of reference that also ourselves as a portfolio committee will be able to follow, or Mr. Ramakwele and your team. This is what is expected of you. This is the time that is expected of you. So even if we play an oversight, it must be effective. That from the 1st of January to the 1st of June, what is it that we had achieved? Thank you very much, MEC, and let's take it to Carl, who's going to be doing the presentations. Is it the chair or the CEO?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and my apologies for arriving late. I had registered a medical appointment to attend to, so my apologies for arriving late. But I followed the discussions from the beginning of the meeting until I got in here. And thank you for that YouTube channel. It works very well and keeps us abreast. So I've been partly in the meeting understanding what you require of us. And the second apology, of course, is that the members will register to them to make sure that all of us are attending to the matters of portfolio committee without fail. The report that we have here is the second quarter and third quarter reports that are 6.1 and 6.2, which I will duly request the CEO of GAL.
Let's allow the chair. Continue, Chair. You are still protected. It's just, you should understand, Chairperson and the board, that maybe before we continue, I think we are a team. It's the portfolio committee led by myself as a chair, but we work together as a collective. So I'm receiving a note from members, or are we going to allow GAL to present? So I think let's give, this is the new board, let's listen to what the chairperson is saying, and then we'll take it from the chair. Continue.
Thank you.
I think we need to be clear that let's allow them to present. Like we have invited them to come. These other issues, I think, will be catered by the report.
Yes. Chair. Chair, continue. Hence, I'm saying let the chair continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. As per your item 6.1, the second quarter report, and 6.2, we have the CEO of the entity who will then take us through these reports, and will then take questions thereafter. Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to go through quarter 2 report first. In quarter 2, we've got the 3 programs, which is administration, commercial services, and operations. We had 11 indicators, and we were able to achieve 7 indicators, and there's 4 that were not achieved. So our total achievement for quarter 2 is 64%. And the 4 indicators that were not achieved is in administration, which is actually a division that continues to underperform even in the next quarter. So the 4 indicators that we missed in administration, the first one is amount of revenue collected, the amount spent on CAPEX and asset maintenance, external audit opinion achieved, and the number of ICT projects implemented. In terms of revenue, our target was to collect 14.9 million. We only collected 10.8, and we have a variance of 4 million. And the reason for the variance is that in the previous meeting we reported the issue of the blue hanger, where it was work that was carried out by A-Link, who is the tenant, and we are invoicing A-Link, but we give them a credit note on a monthly basis until they recoup the money that they have spent. So we will only start collecting the revenue from them in April 2026, which is this month. So as at quarter 2, the amount of revenue that we were not able to collect from A-Link is 1.7 million. But the difference of the revenue that we missed is other revenue projects that we had planned, and those projects were not implemented. For example, the rental of the admin building, the simulators, and the museum. But we have then earmarked the conference center as a viable alternative so that we can drive events and start increasing revenue from the conference center. The second indicator that we missed was the CAPEX spend. The target for quarter 2 was 33.3 million. We managed to spend 24.9, and there's a variance of 8.4 million that we underspent by. And this is due to a cancellation of a performance management system that was cancelled because there were procurement irregularities. And maybe just to give more indication is that we appointed a service provider and later found out that they had faked their CIRA certificate. So we had to terminate that appointment. But fortunately, we had not spent, so there will not be any regular expenditure. But there was also a delay in the execution of the CCTV camera project. The entity will improve achievement of target in the 3rd quarter, as we had, by quarter 2, appointed various service providers, and work is in progress. In terms of our external audit opinion, our target was to get a clean audit. We had a repeat of unqualified audit opinion, and this is due to the fact that there was material financial misstatements, mainly in accounting and asset management, but also we were qualified on performance information as we have not achieved on our targets. As a corrective measure, we have then put an audit action plan together, and we are monitoring it so that we make sure that we achieve the clean audit in the next financial year. The third one that was not achieved is the ICT projects. We had a target of 2, and both of them were not achieved. And the first reason is that the DRP project, there was a delay in appointment of the service provider, but also the parking management system is one of the projects that affected the targets in ICT, because it's a project that falls under ICT. The scope requirements were revised and we re-advertised, and the re-advert was then, it closed in October 2025. In terms of overachievements, maybe just to highlight on program 2, our occupancy rate, we had targeted 62%, and we managed to achieve 65%, which was an overachievement of 3%. And just on page 12, I would like to then talk about the expenditures in terms of that quarter. Our budgeted expenditure was 74.3 million. Our actual expenditure was 64.2, which was an under expenditure of 10 million. And there is a breakdown of the different classifications, and where we were really under spending is in terms of payment of capital of goods, and there is an under expenditure on compensation of employees due to the fact that there was a bit of delay in filling of some of the vacant positions. And if I can then skip to page 14. I'm skipping 13 because it's an explanation of what I've just explained on page 12. We have also just indicated some of the achievements in that quarter, that we had a CAA audit in terms of our meteorology and in our environmental department, and we managed to get a clean audit and got no findings in that division. But also we wanted to indicate that we had 15 interns that were gaining experience in various divisions. And the reason why we call this an achievement is because we managed to get funding for them, and it's interns that we did not have to pay for from our coffers as GAL. If I can then, through you, Chair, then move to quarter 3 of 2025-2026. We had 10 indicators in that quarter, and we managed to achieve 5, and there were 5 that were not achieved. So there was a drop in our performance, and we only achieved 50% of our targeted indicators. And in this quarter, we actually had all our programs underachieving, but administration is where our biggest challenge is. So in terms of administration, the repeated indicators that we have not met is the revenue collection, the expenditure in terms of CAPEX, and the implementation of ICT projects. If I then just go into details, from a revenue collection, this is a cumulative target, Chair, and what happens is that if we miss quarter 2, then automatically then quarter 3 would be affected. So our target for quarter 3 was 20.3 million, and our achievement was 15.3, and the variance is 5 million. And the reasons for that is the same ones that I have provided in quarter 2, where we are still crediting Airlink for the rental that they would have paid, but also the fact that our revenue collection projects are lagging behind quite a lot. In terms of CAPEX spend, our target was 39.6 million. We spent 32.4, and there's a variance of 7.1 million. And this is also a cumulative target. So whatever we then miss in quarter 1 and quarter 2 still reflects in quarter 3. And the reasons for the variance is a general late awarding of bids and cancellation of the performance management, parking management system as I indicated, and the issues of the CCTV and the missed IT projects. These projects were only awarded in December 2025, which means they were only awarded at the end of the quarter. Hence, we couldn't have spent on them by the end of that quarter. In terms of the ICT projects, our target for quarter 3 was 2. We missed both of them again, and this is also due to the fact that the delays in terms of appointment of service providers. The 2 projects were only awarded in December and will be fully implemented in quarter 4. The next indicator that was not achieved is in commercial services, and that is the number that is on page 22, I think. The next indicator that was missed is the number of units leased as a percentage of units available, which is our occupancy rate. Our target was 62. We achieved 52, which is a decrease from the previous overachievement in the previous quarter. And the reason for that, Chair, is that we had terminated contracts for 6 tenants. And this is because of the fact that they have not been paying rent, and there is historic debt of rent. And we felt that we cannot have tenants that are not paying rent, but they continue to consume overheads and all that. We had engagements with them, we took legal action, we sent debt collectors, but we did not win. As a result, we then terminated their contract. The planned intervention is that we will then continue to follow up on the leads of people that have shown interest in leasing our properties, but we will also continue to advertise our office space. Then last one, which is under operations, where we had 75% achievement and 25% non-achievement, is the one indicator, which is infrastructure maintenance plan implemented for equipment and infrastructure. And this is a maintenance plan where we've got targets per quarter, and we were not able to paint our taxiways and our apron markings due to the fact that we appointed a service provider, but the service provider then withdrew from the tender after the award, and they indicated that they had underquoted. So we had to go back to the market, and we are currently in the process of reappointing a new service provider. And then there's also a delay in the finalization of SCM processes for the runway project, which we had advertised. It was non-responsive, and we had to review the specification and go back to the market again due to the challenges that we experienced the first time around. In terms of budget performance, as at the end of the quarter, our budget of expenditure was 107.8 million, and our actual was 93.7, which is 87% achievement of our expenditure, and we underspent by 13%. Although there's all the programs have underperformed, the biggest underperformance is under business development, due to the fact that most of their projects have not been implemented, and the unfortunate part is that this is the thing that is supposed to bring the revenue. So the fact that the projects are not implemented is actually in reverse showing in our revenue collection. And then in terms of the expenditure by economic classification, we are showing that there is under expenditure in all the classifications, but the goods and services and payment of capex is also, capital goods is also affected by the late appointment of service providers for projects. Chair, thank you very much. That is the report that we have from GAL.
Thank you very much. Do you want to add on the report? Or that is your report as part of the board, you own up to that report?
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. The report as submitted indeed represents what transpired in the first and in the second and third quarter, as it was submitted earlier. So it is indeed the report coming from GAL. The previous board had approved that for submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Before we go to the SAPS, I would not want any other thing to fall in through the cracks. Is there any inputs that we would want to make, questions for clarities? Then we are done with GAL. I will start there from Honorable Bongani Nkonyana, coming up to Honorable Health.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings once more, colleagues. Chair, are we going to ask after the whole package of reports, or we treat them report by report?
Report by report. What?
Okay.
I need us to conclude with the report of transport and GAL. Now, once we are done, we go to SAPS and BME.
Thanks very much.
It will be a lot of discussions. If we take 4 reports, it's not going to be effective.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for that clarity. It has made my job very simple, because the Clean Audit Department, for now, I have no questions on the report. The issue is just on GAL. Just one question. Who is Chair? Who is responsible at GAL for revenue enhancement? Who manages their strategy to collect the revenue? Who's the responsible person? That is one. But 2, Chair, are we taking any action against the people that are failing to, 1, implement our revenue enhancement strategy, but 2, why are we failing to fill posts? I see it has been a trend at GAL that they don't fill posts, and there's a new culture of relying on interns and contracted services, and it really does not make sense, Chair, that an entity like GAL can function without a full complement of a structure. I mean, they have less than 50 people that they must hire. Their organogram is not as big that it can give them problems to fill and complete. But lastly, Chair, on the matter of underspending, these issues correlate. If you fail to hire people, you will obviously fail to spend. And if you fail to spend, I mean, it's really unfair, Chair. We've been arguing the issue of 3D4 since I was elected in this portfolio committee. We've been arguing that fact. But now here's money coming from the county, from Treasury. Take this money. We are not speaking about the money that you must collect from revenue. Here's money allocated to you, which for the past 3 years has been declining because you don't spend. Here's money. Spend this money for 12 months. Hire people, implement projects, do this, do that. You know very well that next year, you will not get the same sum of money because it is expected to decline again as a result of you not spending. But yet, we are very much reluctant to spend the money. We are very much reluctant to spend the money. MEC, on top of that, we have a board that has no starting date. We have an MEC and an HOD who don't know when are they going to start shortlisting for a board that must come and save GAL. So the irony is there, Chair. Because if the MEC and the HOD are clueless on what they are doing,
Thank you very much, Honorable Moss.
Thank you, Chair. I also only have 2 questions, or one might be only a comment. It's only also the Department of Transport's reports are clear. I don't have any questions on that. I would also just want to get clarification on GAL. On the program 2 in the commercial services, that was also with the number of units leased. I just wanted to know the tenants, if their contracts were terminated, why? What was the reasons for terminations? Were they interviewed and asked? Was it the buildings? Was it the buildings not satisfactorily? Is it the economical restraints from their side? What was the reasons? So that the team can also investigate that, so that we can know in future why are we struggling to get an occupancy rate and 6 tenants are not paying us and their contracts were terminated. Did they have financial difficulties or what? And are we going to still recoup our money for rentals that they did not pay in that period? And then also I just wanted to comment on also that goal. The problem is every quarter we just roll it over. Administration is a problem. We are underspending there. We're only achieving 1 of the 4 or the 5 key indicators. What is the lack? Why can't we get to a 75% or 80%? We're only getting to a 20% on the performance indicators on the administration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Baloyi Dunani.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm going to start with Gal. Even though the colleagues here already mentioned the concern regarding the revenue collections and also the delays on appointing the service providers. A good thing, CEO and the Chair, it seems that it's a trend. If you can check all quarters, and all the reason that we're giving is that they were delayed with appointing the service providers. Maybe you can tell us here if there are things or problems that we don't know. Because we can't always come here and sing about one thing, always to say there's a delay in appointing service providers. We are understaffed because we are not appointing. What is actually problem? Is there any problem, any issues that maybe you must tell us to assist you? Because another thing, Chair, I hear that some of the contractors were cancelled because of is the contractor or what? Fake certificate or something. How did we arrive here that aren't we supposed to vet them and check if these certificates are legit or not? Because I believe that this is a wasteful expenditure, because already we spend money, and then also the revenue collection. That is supposed to be the entity that we collect revenue. So, but if we are failing in this regard, Chair, I don't know why are we still existing. So I think maybe they can answer to that. Coming to transport, MEC and HOD, I think welcome the report, but I want to ask a question which was not in your report. The issue of speed train from Joburg to the home, we only hear it somewhere, but we don't always hear it here. What is the status of? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Boda.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by appreciating yourself, Chairperson, to express our dissatisfaction regarding what happened. Even though the NEC has already apologized, but it is important that we advise colleagues that anytime when taking decisions must be based on democratic principles to avoid taking unilateral decisions that can at one stage mislead. So it is important that every time when you take a decision, you must consult properly to avoid what happened, as you did indicate, Honorable Chairperson. The first question that I want to pose is with regard to GAL, Q3, regarding the actual targets achieved. I can see under administration, number of indicators are 4, but the entity managed to achieve only 1 target. I therefore want to check with the entity if they can account for and explain why they have only achieved 1 target out of 4 laid under program 1. The second question from my side, it's also regarding GAG as to whether we can account and explain why they have underspent with a total of 7.7 million in quarter 3, which is a recurring poor performance from quarter 1 and all the quarters of the past 2 financial years. Let me close there. Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munama.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members, Honorable MEC, and Torich. Firstly, Chair, Honorable MEC, just to express our profound sense of gratitude on the performance of the department. It shouldn't overcloud or overshadow the general garden circus that we are witnessing somewhere else about the performance. We really appreciate HOD. This is the type of the public servant that we need, that at all material times must maintain the highest standard of professionalism and ethics, keep the good work. That's the word of appreciation from me, not representing anybody. Kind of recommendations of the report at our disposal. But there is this thing on the public domain, Chair, about the issue of whether you call it the scholar transport, where you empower cars and our learners get stuck, do not lose their days or the call to go to school. But I think the issue that they are raising also, together with SARS, is that you are delaying to give them the permit. They've applied the permit. And you gave them 60 days as a recourse for them. But while that process is unfolding, you are arresting them. Perhaps if we can get an input on that, it will assist us a bit. Maybe you need to consider, you are performing quite well. Mr. Manyela is the head of corporate. Moonlighting, underline that, moonlighting. I know that is a shareholder, but the corporate is not performing. Which is under his patronage. It means that we need to improve that the corporate, because it spoils the good work that the department is doing, and we don't want to single it out. But I think the Public Service Act is very clear on the issue of on the issue of underperformance. What are the consequence management without personalizing or vulgarizing the issue? If a person has a contract, he has to be obliged by that contract, what is it that you are doing about the consequences for non-performers? That's the first thing. So that we don't set wrong precedents that people just think is a business as usual, and corporate is very critical in that regard. In the story, in English they are saying, you are gaslighting us. I don't know whether we are together. Gaslighting meaning that there is that persistent psychological and manipulation or emotional abuse to us as the portfolio committee. On the sad story of GAL, it doesn't need a rocket science or a nuclear physics to see that things are not. There is a governance paralysis there at GAL. And perhaps we need to be told whether we need to resign as the committee because we are unable to exercise our legislative oversight role. Or rather, they will also resign. We have to choose between the two because it can't be business as usual, Honorable MSc. Whereby I think, to me, where I'm sitting, unless I'm convinced, this state-owned company does not satisfy the solvency and liquidity test. Why? Because why are you missing targets almost every now and then? And it seems it's normal. Nothing is happening. The landlord is absent, so to say. Because you can't say that the cancellation of a parking management system is to permanent irregularities. Where is the same way that our colleagues have asked that question? It means that your systems, something is wrong with your systems. Why didn't you, in your vetting, identify that risk before you can even go and cancel that contract? The other thing that I wanted, the chronic under-expenditure across all the target that you have is a cause of concern. Perhaps they have to explain to us. But what is it that you are doing about the poor performance in terms of exercising your fiduciary responsibility, the propriety there, in terms of all what the shenanigans that are happening there in terms of the performance. Whether, Honorable MEC, you have what you call the shareholder compact. As the shareholder, you need to sign a contract with the board as the accounting authority. Do you have that? And if you have that, are you able to use it to hold them accountable in terms of the prudent utilization of the public funds? And the other issue, Chair, is the issue of the business re-engineering in GAL in terms of your, what you call the financial, the sustainability, the financial sustainability projects as a 3D which has to be self-sufficient. But it is not. The other time we were told that the flights cannot take off because we are in the air. How far is that process? We were told that the provincial treasury has injected some financial interventions there to assist. But also the Honorable MEC, at some stage when we woke up, the Premier visited the airport and said that the heads will roll. How many heads did roll? I agree that's what the commitment that the Premier has done, has said in the public. Whose head has already rolled because of those things that are there to to assist us because if you don't deal with these things, if you read the Zondo Commission, the question that I think they're consistently asking, where was the oversight? Where was the portfolio committee? When all these things are happening, the question is, where is the portfolio committee? And Chair, what is perhaps my question, Honorable MEC, what is it that you are doing? Because things are not normal there. Are you putting them under administration? Or what is it that you are doing? Otherwise, one day, the flight will go there and without a vessel. If they are just missing targets, how sure are we that we can board those? But I think they are not telling us about the boarding of the strategic partners in some other areas that you do. Yeah, but whose business is that that you tell us that there is a delay in the appointment of a service provider? Whose business is it us as the portfolio committee that we are delaying you to appoint a service provider? Those are internal processes in my own understanding. And it seems that is normal. And they've been reporting about this thing, and now they've introduced a person here, Matena, that is a head of supply chain. Are you telling us that you have appointed a person with no requisite capacity? If there is that delay, your evaluation and adjudication committees, they're at guard. But I think, safe to say, as the portfolio committee, I think we need to sit after this report and make a strongest Honorable MEC about the guard. Yeah, we have to sponsor a motion in the House. What should happen? Because we are not happy. Unless you can convince us otherwise that things will improve. But I don't see them improve. It seems that is a business as usual, and I think some of us, we don't want to associate ourselves with that unless we just brush it aside to say things are normal. But I think this is a state-owned entity which is under ICU. We might be here thinking that is still under ICU, only to find that others are preparing a federal for that. And now we are wasting our time here thinking that things will be normal. But I don't see that attitude that will determine the altitude that will turn the situation around there, unless drastic measures are being taken to ensure that there is an efficiency and effectiveness in the operation of that entity. Safe to say that what we are seeing is what we call opprobrium. It's a public disgrace, Chair, that we are witnessing there. And things have to turn around and ensure. But I think also, MEC, as and when you respond, which applicable prescript or legislation did you extrapolate when you appoint the interim board? It can't be just say you are appointing the board in terms of Company Act. You need to provide a specific provision in that act. Because I'm raising this precisely because at some stage in that you remember, there was an interim board from the officials, and the Auditor General flagged it as an audit query because it was not provided for in terms of the applicable legislation. And I don't want to see the recurrence of that happening to your good selves. Because among other things, you might, others were written warning letters, the public servants who were there to assist, to salvage the situation. And they were charged and given final notices on the things that were not on their own. Let me pause there for now, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mangwana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. To the department, like the Chairperson has said, we are dealing with the clean audit department. So mine is MEC, just to say, do we have any plans to sustain the clean audit that we are having now? After checking at Q3, because there were some where we were not able to achieve some targets. But generally, I am happy with the department and how they are performing. And it's just that we must not just lower ourselves to say we're a clean audit department, then we forget that we must put in the work, put in more on the work, achieve the targets that we've set for ourselves. I've seen something about a disclosure of financial interest, HOD, and my question is, what is it that you have done about employees who have not disclosed their financial interest? But also to check if the department has got employees that have applied to do remunerative work outside of the public service, and checking also on whether they are coming to work, because you might permit someone to do work outside of the public service. They concentrate more on doing the work outside of the department than doing the work that government is paying them for. And those are just the inputs that I have with the department, just to say I'm happy with how you are doing things, but please don't drop the ball. Just look forward. We are happy with that. Chairperson, on girl, it's a, and I'll always say this, Chairperson. I carry Kanyano Utlore, Biambo Sare Kumbo Tokam Mapach, Kitabu Kanyanitia. And I'm still going to say, we've talked about marketing. Since I came in here, my issue has been on marketing. How do you market girl? Do you think you are known? Even if we could say the 1 year hood spread is from a private company, but what do you say about government? Do you say government cannot compete at that level? Sorry, on girl is just, let me just say, no comment further. I'm fine.
Thank you, Honorable Hal.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson, MEC, HOD, and all our honourable members. With your permission, Chair, I would like to make comments on the department first, the second and third quarter, and then go to GAL. Thank you, Chairperson. First, I would like to say thank you to the department. If we look at the performance of the other departments in our province, it's much worse than this one. So this is really for us the flagship. So if we say things, it's not to criticize, it's to assist you so that you can become not the best, but the very real best. So thank you very much for your hard work. If I can just make a few comments. The first one is just a comment. You don't have to do anything about it. We must just remember that the revenue collection, as far as fines and the licenses to do, it's still from taxpayers. And we have to weigh it up. So the money that we get in and the money that we give to GAL, it sort of collapses on itself. So we don't actually do revenue collection. We just subsidize something else. But that's just a comment. I just have a question, and you don't have to answer it today. If I can get a comment later on, it will also be good. I receive regular complaints about, if you look at the arrears on licenses, if I passed away and I have a vehicle in my name, and my estate takes longer than a year, obviously the vehicle that I own now, they must still be paid the license fee. Now we have a case in Lepalale that they refuse to renew the licenses if the vehicle is in the estate. So my question is, what is the correct thing to do? Because the people at the license department say, it's not a problem, you just pay later on, but then there will be arrears, there will be penalties and all that stuff. So if I can just get clarity on that, or what is the real thing that we also as consumers and vehicle owners must do. Then I want to know, our revenue collection is really good. And I think this department is really performing well. My question is, what is the impact of Mampam Kale that is not functioning? That's right on the N1, all the vehicles that go to Zimbabwe. So surely if we drive that road, and all of you have driven that road, you see all these massive overloaded vehicles. And because they cannot be weighed, obviously we're losing money. So is there a possibility of making an estimate? Then at least we can take it to another department and say, because you drag your feet on establishing this weigh bridge, this is the impact on revenue collection. So if you have something like that, please, if we can have that. Then I really would like to urge the department to resolve the staff challenges in Wembe, because it influences unnecessarily so your performance. And I don't think that's necessary. So we can, if we can please do that. And then Toyandou taxi rank on the intermodal facility, it impacts directly on our performance. If we look at, for example, the remedial work and the supplementary water system, in the report, it's a direct impact on us. And I don't think that's fair, and I think I need a solution for that, Chairperson. Maybe the department can assist us to find out what we can do, so that we can also assist and see if we can't do something. And then also the EPWP stipend delays, what is the problem, why can't we fix it? Because it's Smolenyana Jakkalsies that is going to destroy the image of this department, and I really don't want that. Then my big concern is, we have a mandate to make sure that these transport systems and that our people are moving, that they can participate in economic activities, and our road infrastructure is really deteriorating substantially. Can we do anything about it? Do we have a proposal to see if we can assist somehow? Can we put pressure somehow? What can we do? Because obviously we cannot go and fix roads, I understand that. But surely there must be some kind of a solution. And the other thing that is really making it very difficult for consumers on the roads is these mine tipper trucks, these abnormal mine vehicles. It's destroying roads. I've been in a pothole as deep as my knee. Now a normal car cannot do that. You cannot make a hole that big. It must be an abnormal vehicle that can cause that much damage to our roads. And it's not one, I've seen many. And on those roads, maybe we must make a list. I asked for a list of all the roads that is being inundated by these massive abnormal trucks, so that we can see if we can't find a solution also from our side. Because it really impacts very badly on the ability of our people to find work, to get work, to go to work, to do their economic activities. If I'm a hairdresser in Lenakani and I want to order hair extensions, but the road is completely inaccessible, how will I do that? So it impacts directly on me as a small business owner. We must please get information on the K53 projects, how far are we, and what are we going to do about it. And then the problem with the system, we haven't heard the solution yet. You say the system is too slow, you cannot capture. We need to know what is the real problem and how are we going to fix it. Because again, this impact on our performance unnecessarily so. A computer system is the one thing that is supposed to make your life easier. It's not supposed to make it more difficult. I spoke about Nampak Kyle, and I think we must really make sure that we get on with it. And then a few comments on GAL. There's one thing I do not understand. We sit with one of our best performing departments, but you sit with an entity that is one of our worst performers. I'm not going to repeat what Honourable Manama said because he covered me completely. Maybe the department must put them under administration and then you run the entity. Now, I don't know the legal implications, I'm not a lawyer, but we cannot have our best performing department with an entity like that. We just can't. If I go back to the first reports from GAL in 2024, there's not much difference up to now. But if I look at the first reports of the department and I look at the reports now, I can see the movement, I can see the growth, I can see how you change the lives of people on the ground, I can see the difference. And I want to see the same difference in GAL. So my plea to the MEC is, remember it's also on us, the people sitting here, our names are on the tenants register. So in 10 years from now on, they're going to say, "Ish, you know, these people, they were just sitting and eating all day. They haven't done anything." So it's also on us if we can't sort out GAL. So my plea is, Chairperson, that we must take this now seriously. It's 2 years down the line. We don't see any change, or very little. And we can't go on like this. But I want to thank the HLD and the MEC. I think your report is well written, it gives us enough information, and I would like to thank them for their effort. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honourable members. When we commenced with this meeting in the morning, I borrowed from the words of Henry Ford, where we do not make changes for the sake of making them. And I'm glad, Mr. Ramakwela, you were part of the meeting virtually. I'll start with the department that, let me see, you know, it's always a pleasure when we go through the reports of transport. And Honorable Nkonyana left here. I wanted him to withdraw the clueless word that he mentioned there. I don't think it belongs to him. He will come back. I will request him to use a better word than that of clueless. The first one is with regards to, there was a protest. Taxi industry protested that week that we're doing oversight provincial commissioners. There was a protest here in Polokwane. A number of taxi associations, they were citing their dissatisfaction, HOD, with regards to the issues of licensing. And now we got an information that no, luckily we were able to extend 60 days for the 7-seater Avanzas to apply for permits or operating licenses. Now, the taxi industry now comes and says, but we've been in the industry for a long time. We do not have licenses, but the 7-seaters has been given grace of 60 days for them to apply. What is the plan? And I understand from that memorandum they were given 7 days that the department will respond. And I don't know if the department has yet responded or not, but I've seen now they want to go back on the road again for a protest. But when is our stakeholder engagement session? 21st. So as a portfolio committee, we're going to have a stakeholder engagement session where we sit with the leadership of these taxi industries as a portfolio committee. Let them just tell us, this is our challenge, because another thing that we do not want to do, we do not want to swamp our roads in terms of public transport. There must be legislations that must be followed, but we can't sit back as a portfolio committee and we see protests every week on the road. We must be able, as we said, we are the eyes and voice. The eyes, yes, and the voices of the people, particularly the commuters. Remember, the people that are using taxis. It's the motive forces, those ones that do not have luxury of getting inside their own cars and drive themselves to where they want to go. So on the 21st, we have that meeting. It's a stakeholder engagement session, but HOD MEC would then like to have a session with you so we can also listen to what we are saying. Because what we don't want to do, we don't want to pit you against the taxi organizations. No, we want to know as a portfolio committee, how can we get in Honorable Nengoda? That is number one. Number two, Program 4, HOD, PSP is Provincial Secretariat, Provincial Secretariats of Police Services. There's a school at Blood River, Molauzi. I've requested, maybe we'll talk about it when there's a SAPS opportunity. Please note it, Provincial Commissioner, so it doesn't get lost through the cracks. There's a crisis of gangsterism in schools. What is a plan of the department in education? I don't know how you can do it in terms of safety, because our role is not only on transport, it's community safety.
Yes.
How do we get within that gap between these communities and yourself as the department, including the South African Police Services, because we've received information that at school even teachers are unable to provide education. What about the kids that are not part of these gangsters? Are we saying they too should not access education because the school is in a turmoil? We might need to sit HOD and provincial commissioner. Let's get teams. Let's identify schools in our province that have a problem of gangsterism. Also come up with a program. How do you address these matters? Because the problem is, in a school where gangsterism is rife, Even educators are saying, no man, I think I must just get on leave or just leave the education space. So who's going to educate a black child? And I'm very sorry I have to be brutal like this, because the schools that are inundated with a lot of gangsterism is not the schools of the people that are able to take money in their pockets and give our kids education different from the ones that they receive from your quintile 1, 2, 3, and 4. So how do we come and bridge the gap as a portfolio committee, as transport, and as a South African Police Service to make sure that the kids that are in this quintile 1, 2, and 3, they too enjoy the fruits of education that they're supposed to get. But how do they get it when the educators are traumatized? So we must then sit and look at how do we address that particular matter. Non-capturing of receipts, HOD, is there a plan in place? Because I see you were unable to capture 53.033 million. It's a lot. It's a lot. If it's a system, what is the temporary solution? What is the temporary solution that you might put in place to be able to mitigate these challenges? Do you have that plan in place? And the road canal, oh God, in the province we are at the dead end. And these plans of fines, it's clearly not working. And I'm glad BMA is here. How do we then, as a province, like we can't want to set a barometer against us and Gauteng. Gauteng is in the inland. We're saying Limpopo, where we're inundated with 4 borders. Where you get a bakkie, the size of the microphone, but the load is the size of this particular laptop. Then when you say, but this bakkie has moved from Gauteng to Limpopo, we are told, no. But when it's on the way bridge, then the size of the weight still allows this car to travel. On whose roads is this car traveling? The lives of the people that when this car go and get a serious accident there on the road, all lives are important, including lives of the people that are in the same vehicles. Because most of them are breadwinners, most of them are kids that left their homes to go and make a life. But what are we saying in terms of these regulations, HOD, or fines? Is it something that is regulated nationally? Is it something that we can do as a province to say, no, man, we must change the status quo? Because clearly fines are not working. Once you fine me here, I give you 200 rands. And I hate how it puts our peace officers in a bad light. Because first thing, if you see that vehicle, say, they paid chocho to a traffic officer, which is not true. In most cases, actually we can't vouch for things that we don't see on the road. But it gives that perception that, they paid their way through. What is it, HOD, that we can do over and above these fines? Because it's clearly not working. And this is April. Which other holiday are we going to have? September. It's going to be tedious. Then we go to December. And I'm requesting that before September comes, if it's a matter of national, we are one government, intergovernmental relations, where we sit with the Department of Transport National. So let's amend some of these regulations that are making Limpopo to be inundated with a lot of scary road canals in our province. Can we do that, HOD? Can we agree that in the next 14 days, you'll come to us with a report that for us to amend certain laws, especially road safety, particularly with road safety, this is what we must do. And quickly, as a portfolio committee, we do that for the people of this province, and including the safety of the same people that they find themselves in this particular road canals. And Gal, I believe members has said a lot in terms of Gal. But we need to know, where is that ILS? We were told there's money from Treasury. How far is that particular process of procuring that instrument? Irregularities of procurement, general late awarding of bids is what I noted, the few things that I did. Missed or delayed in appointing service providers, and office spaces, rent, the people that you have let go, how do you plan on recuperating that money? Because that money belongs to the entity, and that will be part of your revenue generation strategy. Delays in finalization of specification, goods and services failure. For me, the interim board systems have collapsed. There's no finance department at Ghana. that there's no better way to say it. There is no finance department at GAL. You know what we have done, the new board that is here in MECs, what we have done when we got in, we were inundated with the same report, particularly in terms of finance. We did not even talk about it. We just agreed that let's give them time. People will even think that, no, the chairperson and members are complacent in dealing with the matters of GAL. No, we're not. We are only an oversight committee that we believed that it's not good to just come and rattle feathers. Sit and advise. How many meetings have we sat here with the CFO and the CEO and all of them? And including marketing there. We said to them, this is how you should work on it. It's 2 years down the line, right? 2 years and a half or so. And if somebody is to say, hey, but the committee is very bitter. The committee, we are not that. We are saying 2 years and 4 or 5 months, Mr. Ramakopa. CEO, it doesn't make sense. And so here, Honorable Manama say, one of us must then drop it. It's either ourselves, because the problem is, in 2017-18, and which we are going to check, the people that are there at GAL, CEO, you must advise us, including yourself, CEO, CFO, supply chain and marketing. Have you been there during the 2017-18 financial year? Remember there was a year MEC in GAL, there was no board, there was no CEO. The only department that was working in GAL was supply chain. Yes, there was nothing. There was no board, no leadership, but the supply chain department was working there. Why is it not working now? When there's a CEO, there's a CFO, there's an interim board, it says systems have collapsed and colleagues are used to doing things that they just do and say, but nothing's going to happen. It's unfortunate. We're not going to be part of history. When you punch 17, 18, it says that. And it shows you members of the portfolio committee, including their chair, then what do you say about them? Say, no, they were part of the problem. We do not want to be part of anybody's problem. And when we sit and say, CEO, CFO, address these matters. 2 years, it's a long time. We came in, Mr. Ramakwelo said, where is the marketing? That is Ms. Honorable Mankwana's stake. I know that we can't have a portfolio committee, doesn't say, but how do you generate income? How do you tell the people of this country that we have an airport that wants to thrive? If you yourself are not going there as marketing and say we are here. And how do you do that? By marketing and branding. 2 years, we said, where is the billboard? We are told we are advertised, we are appointing. Since 2 years, they should, when you sit with them, you should just get that information. When did you appoint the billboards? So if we are going to take each other up and down for billboards, it says other things, we are in trouble. The road marking, the simplest thing to say, and the Honorable Manama is a professor of English. He says an overwhelming or unpalatable level of public disgrace. That is what we can say. Now, in terms of the department that has collapsed inside the hands of people that we as a portfolio committee have advised all these members, 2 years, they said, no, go back, fix this, go back. We're not part of those meetings, actually. But there is no political will. And they say attitude will determine the attitude. It's not there. So it's an indictment on us as a portfolio committee that when we walk around the road or when we are representing the people of Limpopo, they say, no, this same portfolio committee is the same one of 17, 18. No, we're not. And we are unfortunately not going to be part of this public disgrace. And MEC, it will be an indictment on you as a shareholder, as an executive, responsible for the entity. Thank you very much. You can just quickly respond, MEC, then we can go to...
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, for your questions and inputs. Let me agree that in our last meeting here, I went back and have a meeting. The meeting was with the CEO and a team, together with the HOD, where we agreed that the HOD must go deeper and babysit girl on many issues. For example, late appointment of people to come and help. Then the issue of tenders, where there is a problem, chairperson, because some of the things, to me, it's not about the market things, it's about the people that are supposed to sit and adjudicate and do everything, meaning we are running short of that. But in that meeting, I said, instead of the CEO to answer to things that concerns finances, it will be the CEO, the CFO, because he is the one who's supposed to make sure that things are happening in Ghana as far as service providers are concerned. And the issue of appointment, if people are not they're not getting the correct people, well, it's another story. But now we agree that we'll be having our monthly meetings to check how far are we, because with GAL, surely we can't look at the CEO alone. The CEO must be able to tell us where are the problems, because sometimes I'm sure she's afraid, I don't know, to tell us what is happening. But in that meeting, I said, I'm going to have a meeting on a monthly basis with them, together with the HOD, to check what is really happening at GAL. So far, I think we're saying, yes, it can be seen as if GAL is dead, it's not functional, but where I am, if it was dead, I'm sure now, I don't want to use the word dead. If they were still young, now they're crawling. If crawling is slow, then they'll start to count their steps forward. That's what I'm seeing as the shareholder, as the MEC. But let me give, firstly, I will allow the HOD to take us through the questions that were posed for the department. Then I'll allow Mr. Ramakwela and the CEO to take us through all these questions that were asked by the honorable members.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'll just quickly deal with the responses. Chair, oh, she's out, okay. Yes, MEC, the chairperson, one of the responsibilities that we have as the department on behalf of the shareholder, we provide oversight on GAL's affairs. Yesterday we had a meeting. The comments that, the questions that are being raised on the floor by the members are exactly the questions that I raised to the team yesterday. They felt like the department, we were harsh, but at the helm of it, we have to say it as it is. The issue of capacity at GAL needs to be relooked at, and then we can turn the corner. Just yesterday we had a meeting. There's just little that is, I think it's a culture issue. At the highest level there are plans, lower level there's nothing that is happening to support the plans operationally. It's an issue that we feel, the capacity issue. It concerns me as the HOD because I'm now drawn in to deal with the matters. Yesterday I told them, 2 weeks back I told them, the ILS matter I told them. So it's a question of saying the board and the chairperson need to really look into the matter. The culture at GAL needs to change so that we can then deal with the issues. I'm going to talk to the high-speed rail just to give a status report as requested. Where we are right now, chairperson, is that the project is ongoing, and there is hope now because the two premiers of the two provinces met with the minister, where she then said proceed. The two provinces, it was estimated that we will need 160 million to do a pre-feasibility study, and the province Limpopo, we have 80 million that we allocated. There is an MOU that has been drafted that includes Gauteng, Limpopo, and the National Department of Transport. There's also a protocol agreement that was actually drafted by the legal teams of the three departments that actually outlines on how we're going to run the project. The issue of the funding model has also been looked at, and there's a draft in terms of how we're going to deal with the the issue of the funding model. Gauteng is, National has actually advertised the PMU or the Project Management Office. It's going to run from that particular point. So we hope we should be able to do something this year. This is one project that, if done, will answer to many other issues. One of the issues to say heavy motor vehicles with cargo are damaging the infrastructure. This is the project that is going to deal with that. The issue of the highway, the N1, being congested every Friday and Sunday with more road deaths, this project will come and deal with that. But in the main, we look at it as a flagship project, because then now it goes all the way to Musina. If you look at the SEZ, they will then benefit into it. We may start to see a reduction of this many vehicles with trailers overloaded. So the project itself, we're hopeful that it will come through. The issue of scholar transport, Chairperson, the September 2025, the amended National Land Transport Act started to allow the 7-seaters to then be included on the issues of charter transport services and your scholar transport. Those are scheduled kind of services. Now, because they've been doing it illegally, we had to come in as the department after looking at the act and give them a guideline on how they're going to apply. And in that space, we said we are giving them 60 days to submit through applications. The problem we have with that space, Chairperson, is that in business, if there are compliance and permits related matters that are needed, the industry then started to operate without permits. And then the normal process is you apply for a permit, you are given, then you operate. They started to operate without that. Then we said to them, because this thing started in practically in September last year, we are giving you 60 days to organize yourself, submit applications with us. But within the 60 days, we will still not allow that you utilize a buggy. The definition of a vehicle has been given to them. It means a wrong vehicle in terms of very important passenger safety features. If you use that vehicle, will impound you. That is where the complaint comes from. Number two, if you utilize the correct vehicle, if you are found with more than what is required in terms of the number of kids that you need to load, because every other kid deserves to wear a seatbelt so that they are safe. So when you overload them, we will impound you. That is where the problem comes from. Then they fight to use buggies, they fight to load more than what is required, because they are saying this business does not really make money. Now, the third issue that we impound them on is that you don't be seen to be you masquerade as taxi operators, then you are encroaching into their business. If you don't address it, we're sparking the fire between the taxi industry and them. So how do we do it? We must stay in between and make sure that we draw the line to say you operate in this way according to the act. The industry, the taxi industry operates different from you. They are not scheduled. They work every day, anytime. But once you see a 7-seater, 10 a.m., as a traffic officer, you have to have a problem, because it's supposed to operate in the morning to drop kids, in the afternoon to take kids back home. They are not supposed to pick passengers on the road, because then they're becoming the taxi industry. That's where the fight comes from. This whole issue to say we'll strike, they are pushing Chairperson to operate illegally. This is a case of, I am likening this thing with a case where a criminal wants to escape, they start to hold someone to escape with that person, knowing that the police will not shoot. They're doing that to us. They're saying, if you don't understand us, we're going to strike. We'll render this industry or the town in terms of transport service ungovernable. So that's actually what we are seeing happening in that space. That Mangana will talk to the issue of the financial disclosure, and Matsela will talk to the issue of the vehicle in the estate. I think there is a solution in that regard. There is no challenge. The issue of the permits with the taxi industry, because the taxi industry is saying, why do you give them 60 days? We want 2 years, so that, because we see that as the department, you are favoring the square transport operators. We met with them, we said to them, the 60 days was actually for them to understand what is required of them because it's new, and that we can receive applications. The decision on the issuance of permits, Chairperson, is with the planning authority, the municipalities. So most municipalities, if not all, do not have the capacity to make that decision because they don't have what you call integrated transport plans. This is a plan that starts to indicate the demand versus supply in a certain area so that you don't overload a road with many taxis and it's saturated, the business is dead. So as the department, we have developed these ITPs for many municipalities, but we've realized that because they're not moving, we even went to a point where we then did what we call inquiry teams, where the reports are supposed to go into their council. Then the municipalities must then make a decision to say, these are the permits that can be issued. The blockage all around is because the municipalities are the planning authorities. The Act says they are the ones who must make a call on how many permits can be advertised and eventually be issued. But they do not have the capacity to understand transport planning to that level. And we're continuing to assist the industry with that particular issue. The non-capturing of receipts, I think the CFO will talk to it. I do understand that at this point in time, it is done. It was just a temporary system challenge that within a few days was actually sorted. The issue of fines for especially cross-border vehicles is a challenge, Chairperson. We have given this to the minister. It was discussed in the MINMEC. What we're actually picking up is that other provinces may not be having the burning desire that we have. They will then give a ticket even where they're not supposed to. When a vehicle is not roadworthy, you don't give a ticket. It stops right there. When it's overloaded, you don't give a ticket. But when we catch these buses here, we find them with tickets from other provinces. You can see that perhaps beyond that ticket, there was just other discussions that we don't know about. but we are continuing to. The minister actually had to call all the provinces in the MINMEC to say this is a collective challenge. Our inter-provincial efforts, if we pull together, we will deal with this particular issue. And I think as the province to try and stage a pushback, Chairperson, on that. This year, we have established a special unit. We call it the N1 Brigade. That is actually looking into closing these gaps. When these buses are starting to escape, the N1 Brigade itself is going to deal with it. It's 24/7 because they have actually understood how we then operate. When the shifts change, it will be that 30 minutes. That's where they pass through. So we actually have that dealt with. The Mampa Gale, I think, to be honest, the impact is huge. The fact that we're not able to inspect these vehicles at that level, the fact that we're not able to check compliance, the issue around revenue at that level. Remember, these buses or these trucks, if it's a bus, when it leaves Polokwane, outside Polokwane they load. It means the next checking point should be Mampa Gale. I'm beginning to also say a bus that killed 43 people, if it had gone into Mampa Gale, they would have caught it. But because it's not functional, because of OHS related matters, we are pushing now with Public Works and Sanral. We are hopeful that the matter is already sorted. We should be able to deal with that particular issue. I'm going or the issue of the K53 projects. We have got two that one has reached a practical completion. We are going to now deal with the issue of personnel so that we can have Toyando K53 functional. Sishiwo is progressing well. When it's done, you will see the Ladana queues, the 4 a.m. queues are going to reduce because then we'll then have options for our motorists. So the Sishiwo one is around 75% in terms of completion. So we are hopeful that they will be done. We are actually now starting with another one in Stukune. around Dilokong, we're just finalizing the issues of the designs and finalization of the land, so that we can have all these K53s in all our districts, so that we then kill this issue of queues, long queues, and just bringing services to, or taking services to the people. I'm going to request that Mangena to talk to the issues around financial disclosure and AROPS.
Thank you, HOD MEC. How to deal with remunerative work outside the public service. And in terms of non-compliance, in the previous years, we enhanced corrective action, because if you are not complying, it's a misconduct matter. On e-disclosure for the previous financial year, second quarter, maybe I must start with, because there are two phases of e-disclosure. We disclose first quarter with SMS members, and second quarter is other designated groups. With SMS first quarter, it was 100%. And when we were disclosing on deputy directors and employees under finance during June, July 2025, we had the crash of the system. And to us, the input that we collected from employees, it was towards 100%. And unfortunately, the system crashed, and there was no confirmation that we achieved 100%. Hence, DPSA issued a circular to confirm the crash, and fortunately they reopened the system in the second week of March 2026, and were able to disclose as a department. So to us, we've achieved 100% disclosure. That was deputy directors and employees under finance, but we still pending the confirmation from the system by DPSA. So hopefully we're going to get that, and it will be 100% achievement. On remunerative work outside public service, through circulars, we refresh employees and advise them on non-compliance and the consequence management. So employees do apply. Administratively, we process for approval where we realize there are no issues. Because when we issue circulars, we indicate clearly that if you are doing remunerative work, you should not do it with the public service. You should not do it using the public resources. So we don't have challenges in that area. Because in terms of conflicts, we disapprove. But where we realize there are no issues, then we grant approval. And on quarterly basis, we do assessment through there's a committee dealing with issues of what do we call it, ethics. There's an ethics committee in the department wherein we on a monthly basis assess performance with regard to remunerative work outside the public service. And obviously where we pick up issues, there are consequences that we're taking. Thank you very much.
This matter that we're talking about on the Alane for the person who was requesting to renew the motor vehicles, which are belonging to the deceased person, in terms of the legislation, there is no need for the department or for the system to charge the motor vehicle for renewal if it belongs to a deceased person. Now the challenge is when the executor has been appointed and the whole fleet is now under the executive, and is allowed by the department to renew those motor vehicles, then it means that person will be using those vehicles until the court decides that the test closed. And the other beneficiaries will then be complaining that these motor vehicles that they are getting are going out. Now it will come back to the department to say, why was this person allowed to use this motor vehicles? But in short, Chairperson, the point is that all the penalties and the areas are waived as long as the property belongs to a deceased person. The matter of Palale, the people that came to the department or that contacted the department, they are taken through, they've been given the necessary regulations that talks to the regulation that exempt that process of ensuring that the penalties and the areas are waived. Thank you.
There was an issue of the clean audit strategy. Chair, with this one, just shortly, we do have a clean audit strategy team in the department. We sit every month. Basically, we look at issues of performance information, the APP in terms of targets they must be achieved. We look at issues of finances. Are we spending, especially SCM? Are we procuring accordingly? Are we able to account for the funds? We then list all the issues that may give us problems, and then every other program manager then gets to be responsible for what they're supposed to do. Then from time to time, we then look into reviewing ourselves. We do know that some mistakes may be blind spots, but we try our best just to ensure that everything that comes from the AG is not a surprise to us. And in the main, I think the general teaching that we have in the department is that when the request for information comes, if it's 3 days, we must deal with it within 3 days, and no one submits randomly. There's a quality assurance team before the submissions. We're just trying to make sure that we have that particular order of doing things, hoping that it will give us clean administration. That's all we want. And then clean administration may then give us clean audit. There was an EPWP issue around the stipends. All our EPWPs that are appointed, once they are registered properly, the stipend is then given based on their work, confirmed by their supervisors. There were delays here and there where we were still confirming some of the EPWP employees that were appointed, and that really delayed our spending in that regard. The Toyando taxi rank, the project is moving well. After so many years, Chairperson, we are hopeful. We continuously go there with the team just to make sure that indeed the finishing line. He was given about 14 months to do remedial work, and then as a department, we're looking for a recourse where the previous service provider, due to shoddy work, we've gone to the court to try and get a refund from him. So the matter is before the courts. And there were some appetites coming from him to say, let's negotiate, perhaps I can pay something. But the offer from him was far too little, and then we believe through the state attorney, and I'm saying the state attorney, we may be able to get something coming from there. I think these are the questions that we managed to really, oh yes, one key issue of the school chairperson, and the provincial commissioner is here. We normally have joint programs with them where we deal with community safety awareness programs. We go to schools where we teach road safety and community safety. And if you look at it, that is actually done through our APP. But together with SAPS, I believe certain schools that where we get problems, we need to get that chairperson so that with SAPS, we can then do unannounced visits where they will then have the canine dogs deal with everything, the search, and take it from there. Before, what will follow from that is our educational program that will follow the SAPS work. We have done a few others in other districts based on information that we're picking up. I think that one, as you say, we will get enough information and be in touch with SAPS just to deal with that particular matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before you can get it back to Gal, I will check if honorable members or those questions you had were adequately clarified. Honorable Manaka.
Thanks very much. One of the questions that I posed to the Honorable MEC, because we are a creature of statutory, we don't use common sense to make a determination. Section 49 share subsection 2, if the public entity has a board or other controlling body that is the accounting authority for that entity, does not have a controlling board, the CEO becomes the accounting authority. That's the Public Finance Management Act. Unless there is another applicable legislation that empower a shareholder to designate a controlling board. And that's what I said. Which applicable legislation did you apply to designate an interim board? That's a straightforward question. I'm quoting the Public Finance Management Act. You must also quote applicable provisions that guide you to appoint an interim board. So that I don't know one of us or what they were doing was
Chairperson, if I may just talk to it a little bit. We are coming from the same section 49 of the PFMA. Indeed, it says in the absence of the board, the CEO assumes the responsibility of the accounting authority. But it says the MEC may designate an individual, in this case the CEO, or a group to act as an accounting authority. So in this case, looking at the vast issues that are at GAL, it was then looked at to say it may be a risk to have the CEO as the accounting authority. Let's have an interim board taking advantage of of a group part to say, let the interim board assist the CEO to deal with issues, particularly because there are a lot of challenges that the CEO is dealing with. She needs to be advised here and there. That is why the interim board came into being. Also stemming from the same section 49 of the PFMA, it does say the CEO assumes the responsibility. And then we knew about that. We then had discussions, even at the level of Treasury. But looking at the matters that are there, she needs to be assisted.
Thank you very much. I think on that report that we're going to receive on the 17th of April at 5 o'clock MEC, kindly first, as your preface, as you write that regulation, HOD that you used, copy the right legislations, put it there. I'll tell you why. This is not only for yourselves, not only to cover yourself, but us as a portfolio committee. In 5 years down the line, other people will come in and say, you are part of the portfolio committee. Oh, okay, now we understand. Then they quote us and say, now we know. So we don't want any comeback, Mr. Ramapuela. Hence, on that report, HOD, don't forget issues of legislation. Make sure whatever, before you tell us issues, just write in terms of this legislation. This is also to cover you, MEC and HOD, responsible for as a shareholder component. But now, before we go to GAL, CEO, have you implemented any consequences management with regards to failures of attaining of certain issues, targets, and have you instituted or have you participated in any consequences management program? Have you done that till date? So I will take it back from the chair and then you come. Because I'll tell you what, we can't sit here and talk about a whole number of issues is due to that, is due to that, is due to that. You are the provincial commissioner of your own entity where you are working. Before the MEC comes, you are the one to say this is a problem, this is a challenge. Have you done that? Because before we go any other place, you are the point of entry. What have you done to really deal with these matters that we find ourselves as part of a public embarrassment that we find ourselves in? You can now get on, Dr. Ramapuela.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and then honorable members. A famous writer once wrote that, why do you clothe me in borrowed robes? And knowing the difficulties of successor in state as some of the things that have come to bear with what we have here. And it's unfortunate there's temptation to want to respond to 2 or 3 things, but the department should do that with the report. We were invited through a letter to come and assist in putting together an interim board which should assist the authority to deal with the problems that it has. And as honorable members have raised, a lot of challenges that you have raised are shared challenges that we also embrace. And it will not be an easy thing to come and justify any of them, because indeed those have been publicly known for a number of years for how we need to get the authority back into action. And of course, it will be a very welcome change, as you say, that if we have to make changes, let those changes stick. Let the changes, we don't change to fail, but we are removing the old way and putting the new way. But that will be a responsibility that once the portfolio committee and everybody else have agreed on the appointment of the new board should come to bear. Ours has been just to hold the fort, as it were. And of course, we started in February. We have been to one of the legislature committees, the Public Accounts Committee, and have been able to respond to a few things at that particular time. But the undertaking that we are making as a board is that whilst we are a successor in state, we don't hold back any criticism that comes from the authorities, particularly those that are overseeing work that is happening in that area. And we will then go back to review all the previous suggestions that have come from committees, and then implement as required some of the resolutions that haven't been implemented, particularly when it comes to issues of management. So whilst the department will be dealing with the issues that you have asked them to deal with in terms of the responses, we are having to deal with also the operational matters that the board has to deal with, the management of the entity itself, which from the report that has been signed off by the previous board, you can see that there are gaps that are not acceptable. That it can't be that a 20% performance is condoned, not even in Umalusi condones that kind of performance. So it is area and work that we are going to have to deal with as a board. In our next appearance in this committee, if we are still the interim board, they haven't appointed that, we would have deposited recommendations and work that we'll do to overcome some of these challenges, particularly operational challenges. That majority of the issues come from the financial management of it all. The management of contracts, whether they are leasing contracts or contracts that are dealing with appointment of service providers. Those are some of the things. But on top of that, we have also noted the underspending that is continuous throughout the year and shrinking the budget. But every now and then there's been proposals to request the legislature to either increase a budget through Treasury, to augment or to assist GAL to stand on its feet. But our role will just be to take care of that particular transition until a new board has been appointed. And having done that, or having received that report from the department, you will then make a determination of whether that is appropriate or not. But we are unfortunately the kind of people who can't raise an issue on it because we were invited to perform such tasks and accepted in lieu of the fact that there's interest that we have of the public to make sure that things run in the meantime while the House is being set on order. The questions that come from honorable members are quite valid, in terms of the commercial services, in terms of the issues that are affecting in terms of performance, where we are. There are also issues as Honorable Munama has aptly attributed that there's a paralysis of governance in a way within the administration, and that's some of the issues that we have a task to report back on when we come in our next meeting. If it were possible, we would have asked that shouldn't we hold back this meeting for another a few days or so whilst we clean our house, but we thought let's allow the program not to be interrupted whilst we do our work on the side to make sure that we give an able report on what interventions have been made and where are the failures in terms of this. And you had asked even the questions, what consequences management have been done in each of the areas, and particularly coming from Scopa. Part of the things we're asking about those areas wherein interventions were required and what have we done. So we will be able to come back to the committee with a part report of the work that we have done since 2 months ago until the time when we meet again. We'll be able to deal with some of those in terms of the accounting authority of the entity. But then there are issues that you have raised that are specific that you would need the CEO to speak to, particularly from the previous appearances that have been made in this particular committee. We can't preclude that through our opening statement, but we'll allow that her to then deal with those specific operational issues that have been asked by the members of the committee. Thank you, Chairperson, and I'll ask the CEO to continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there was a question that was asked to say what is wrong at GAL. And in answering that question, it will then answer the question on consequence management. The challenge with maybe just performance and consequence management at the moment is that there's a lot of things that are happening at junior management level and below. And there is no action that is taken by senior management on their subordinates, to an extent that any disciplinary action that is taken has to be driven from my office to force the senior managers to take disciplinary action against their employees. So in any situation where a CEO has to go 2 or 3 levels down to make sure that there is disciplinary action taken, then there's a problem in the 2 tiers of management. Now that means that as a CEO, I then need to take disciplinary actions against the senior management, including the CFO. Now where there is a bit of a disjuncture is that our HR committee, board HR committee charter, says that disciplinary action of senior managers is in the authority of the board. So when I have issues at CEO level, it means I need to raise them at HR committee level for board approval for decisions to be taken. Sometimes the process is just so long that if today you give an instruction and it doesn't happen, you need to take action immediately. But if you have to wait for a 2-month process for something like that to happen, by the time it happens, it has lost momentum. I had started a process with the previous HR committee to take disciplinary action against the board, the senior managers, which was in October. Unfortunately, by the time the previous board ended in December, that process was not completed. And now I have started engaging the new HR committee, the REMCO committee chair, so that we can start implementing such actions. The sad thing is that, if I just look at the APP, for example, I have written to the managers, I think 3 weeks ago, to say, give me reasons why you are not performing and give it to me on this particular day. You get to that particular day and you just have 1 or 2 senior managers that just don't respond. Now I have to deal with why you're not responding to my email before you even start dealing with the critical issues of the content of the letter. So the problem, the culture there.
I want us to put a bit of break on that. Allow the process of the new interim board, that few days that he was talking about, that you need time to sit together, do your own housekeeping issues, then we might need to have a special meeting, MEC, that will not include SAPS and BMA. In that meeting, we don't need the reports of transport. We need to find out that period that we are going to allow you as a new interim board. We are going to allow that process to run. Let's give you time and space to address the anomalies that were raised by members, and that will be within a week. We don't want to lose things in the cracks. We don't want to be seen with the process that the CEO is alluding to, that no, right now we don't need any approval. So within 7 days from today, that might be next week Tuesday, where we have stakeholder engagement. We can see you after the stakeholder engagement meeting, just to find out, are you finding yourselves? Because Honorable Manama raised that where we are in a situation where we are saying we have bolted, but we are saying, let's allow this process to run. It's after that meeting that we'll take the statement of honorable members and allow this new interim board space and allow your CEO and your senior managers and junior managers to get things properly aligned. Then failure for the positive response out of that meeting, we are now going to come out to request a sitting in the legislature to really table serious resolutions of this committee. So let's allow that process to run. And yeah, I think we should really, on the issues of GAL, let's allow that process, Chair, that you are raising to run. In that meeting, that will be next week, Tuesday, we'll then have to hear a different set. But I know members of this committee are members of another committee that will be leaving the country. So it will be the subsequent week. We'll see. We still have time before we go back to the house. So let's say Mpule will communicate with all of you and MEC with the exact date. But next week already is out. I know some members that are in this committee will not be in the country in that particular date. So I want to propose, colleagues, that we stop here. MEC, let's stop here and allow that process to run. Then we'll call you immediately before the end of the day. The letter will be in your mailboxes for when is the meeting. Kindly go and sit down. Let's put Gateway Airports Authority Limited to be the pride of this province. Let also ourselves, even yourselves, when you go to Gauteng, we don't want to see blue lights on the N1. We want you to go and park your blue lights there at the airport and fly. Because if your MEC, you drive to Gauteng, how are we going to join ourselves? If they drive you provincial commissioner to Gauteng, it means we are not confident in our own institutions. So we believe from here things are going to change. Marketing, we believe from here the meeting that we're going to see, the new chair and the board, will be a meeting of saying men and women in this province, as the executive, as the interim board, as the portfolio committee. We are here to service the people of this province better. To service them that when we go home to sleep at night, we say, men, we have done our best. We want our legacy to not be marred by things that we are not part of. Thank you very much, colleagues. MEC, we will now pause with regards to issues of GAL until the date of the next meeting is confirmed. We are now going to get a presentation from the Provincial Commissioner, Metambira Dere, with regards to the current statistics of the third quarter, that she knows already as a committee how we need them presented. So, and the operational actions executed and successes. Remember, Mapurisa, it's a hope of all of us as a province. If we don't have a strong policing sector, if we do not have men and women in blue that are willing to put their lives on the line for all the people of this province, and we know that we are not safe. So we also need those successes, Provincial Commissioner. And also maybe before we start, it's just to really send heartfelt message to the men and women that have lost their lives in the line of duty. Men and women that left their homes and never made it back, all for the safety of the people of this province. And I believe it's worth all of us taking a moment of silence for everybody that we have lost in the line of duty while they are playing a very safety oversight on behalf of all of us. So could we kindly just take a moment of silence for everybody that was lost in the line of duty.
So, stand up.
No, they are so stressed in this. Thank you. Provincial Commissioner, now it's your turn.
Chairperson, honorable members, MC, CEO, and chairperson of the board of GAR, and senior managers and all other senior managers. Good afternoon or good morning, I think so. Chair, I must say, the report that is requested from us, it's the crime stats for the third quarter, as well as successes. And I think, Chair, the successes, it was indicated December and January, and we provided that. Although we realized that there could be a discord in terms of alignment of the report itself of the crime statistics, because that report is only talking to the court, but we provided what the committee has requested in a narrative, in a nutshell. This presentation that I had, I requested them to flout. It's not given to the honorable members, chairperson. It's just something, some notes that I needed for myself. But I requested that they can populate it so that at least you can follow me what I'm going to say. But the two presentations, one will be presented by Brigadier van Staden for the operational successes, and the other one will be presented by the crime register for the statistics of the third quarter. I must say, in the province of Limpopo, Chairperson, I'm still having 10,638 members of police and 2,323 of the Public Service Act. These are the people that are doing the work, and the Public Service Act support the operational members as an when they do the operational responsibilities. It's worth to indicate that so far, in terms of the population statistics that we given to us in our space, which we are looking at, if you see us making some quotas in terms of how many per capita, how many deaths or murders that were committed per capita, these are the statistics that are given to us. Chairperson, you will understand that in the province of Limpopo, we always have Shangela operations, although I would say when we have it, because it varies in terms of also how do we analyze our crime threat, and then thereafter we direct the interventions as such. But we have the Shangela operations, we have operations done by Marubu, who is the one focusing on the illegal mining. We also have a special undercover operations that it's aiming at destabilizing some of the potential gangs. We don't have gangs. To an extent that as a province, we don't have the gang violence unit like any other province. But in the province of Limpopo, we have different groupings. People who group themselves and maybe to commit some crimes. You look at, they organize themselves in a way. But in terms of how the organization described gangs, we're not accommodated in terms of having a gang unit that will focus on that. So we are utilizing our different task teams as different specialties to deal with those type of issues. Then we also have an anti-smuggling team that focus on the illicit cigarette, illicit economy, and also vehicles that are crossing the border, more of the transnational crimes that they are dealing with. Then we have the trio task teams that focus on murder and robbery task team as well, the tracking team, and also the economic infrastructure task team. Those that look at our towers, the batteries that are stolen. But in the province, in the main, our problem is the cables that are stolen within the residential premises, and maybe also to some other business, like maybe the schools and the like. But in terms of what the ATT team is doing, it's only focusing on the economic infrastructure, not on those cable theft. Those are just general that are investigated by everyone. I then decided to provide, maybe let's move the slide, I decided to provide an information, just a very brief information in terms of the third quarter. We started in October, November, December. What did we do? We had 33,717 arrests that we have made. On this arrest, 4,285 were undocumented foreign nationals. The slide is not moving, I'm not sure. Please, there, thank you. 4,285 were undocumented foreign nationals that were arrested during the festive season. Our festive season starting from October, ending December, aligned to the quarter, and then part of 15 days of January. But in the middle, when we talk about festive season, is the one that starts 15 October up to 15 January. Then we recovered 243 firearms, ammunition 3,440, and the vehicles that were stolen were recovered 103, and drugs it was 2,009 arrests that has been made. In January 2026, that's my 1 month, we arrested 10,242, we recovered 90 firearms, ammunition it was 446, undocumented foreign nationals it was 1,504. You will know that in January that was the time most undocumented people want to come back to the country. That is why the number, this is what that was also done by DMA arrests at some point in some of the roadblocks we had. We recovered 21 vehicles, we confiscated 684 types of drugs during this period. In the next slide, I was just showcasing the type of the drugs that the province has confiscated during this particular period. You will note, Chair, that it's only cocaine powder that we did not have, but all these typical drugs is drugs that we confiscated during the period. I just did some highlights in terms of, out of many successes that we had in the province, these are just highlights that I said maybe it's important for me to flag it in terms of successes, your convictions. We had a number of convictions that we also secured. But in the main, we also had the rape case of the 102 elderly of Cyprus that was raped, which the suspect was given a life sentence. Why I'm flagging this case? Because it was a very difficult case in terms of knowing who is the suspect. But through your DNA analysis, we were able to nab the suspect, and then he was convicted as such. In terms of rural safety, we had a farm attack that took place in Bilabila, occurred in Royburg near Bilabila. I'm sorry, Chairperson, I'm struggling with this. But we arrested 2 suspects. We're happy for that because this is a case that happened in October and we are battling to locate the suspect. Out of that, we managed to set up our informant and we arrested the suspect in Northwest. We recovered the firearms that were stolen in that and some ammunition, and these people are still going court. In the next slide that I had, we had a business robbery. We cut down the case. These are cases that where there was a robbery. We don't have retail robberies that much in the province, but once it happened, we start to realize that there's some element of some foreign criminal element that are in the province. And Pep store was robbed in the CBD of Pulukwane. But we managed to track the suspect and we arrested them in Kanyamas and in Mpumalanga. 3 suspects are still going to undergo court. The number of items were also recovered. We also had some successes in terms of, I think there's a syndicate that deals with stolen motorbikes that we had to confiscate, and these are Zimbabwean, and we confiscated a lot of motorbikes that they dismantled them and they are destined to be taken across the borders of the province. One was a Mozambican also that was involved. We recovered also some other stolen firearms in possession of this particular individual. Our CIT strategy, yes, we fine-tune it here and there, but I must indicate that we have in the province established a tech job at the POCC that we ensure that it coordinates the issues of the CITs and also monitoring of all the vehicles that are traveling in the province. We have a joint venture with the private security companies, and also there are some members that we deploy permanently. We are monitoring this trucks 24/7, and I think it's one of the things that makes us, we have not actually to limit, to eliminated this week in, week out, CIT robberies happening in the province. But I must say that Sekhukhune is still giving us a nightmare, because we do indeed have a CIT that happened in the Sekhukhune district. Simply because we also feel that there is insider threat inside from the companies that are transporting this money. Because instead of the coordination that we have, then we divert and take another route, and in that way we miss them, and then there was a hit. But we have identified that team is working on that. We hope that we'll have a breakthrough in terms of establishing what is the link between the people who work with this money and the robbers. We normally maintain our high visibility in terms of the routes which this money is taken, and also we share information with all the team that works at the coordination center. We're delighted that in most of our routes there are some cameras that assist us as well, but it's not enough, because there are places that we're still struggling, but we are assisted in terms of the NPR cameras. We have partnered with Eyes and Ears. The E2 project is assisting us in a great deal. So we are also monitoring some operational early warnings that we note from time to time. I must indicate that we also had some breakthrough in terms of ATM bombings syndicate that we dismantled. But Chairperson, despite the success that we have, we still pick up this issue, this incident. It has been quiet. We are trying to establish whether these people are not out and try to make some tweaks. But we are also aware that some of the group members of the syndicate are not from the province, they are from other adjacent provinces, but they team up with our own province. We have a team that is focusing on that. We believe that we will make a breakthrough. I'm talking to this because in these 2 weeks, I think we woke up on Monday. We had the garage in next to point that was robbed. The safe was taken. In that process, there were 2 vehicles. Innocent people came to the garage to profit from, and they hijacked their vehicles. But the vehicle, they recovered one vehicle. The other vehicle was gone with the sea. But we are following some lead on that. And as I speak this morning, we also have another ATM bombing that happened in the Oak site, very out of the outskirts of the province. We believe that there might have been another syndicate that is mushroomed that we are trying to form. So our taking team is hard at work. We are getting a briefing on a continuous basis. Once we have the investigation completed, and lab will inform the public as such. When it comes to, we will know that in the province we had this insurance matters. We collected, I must indicate that we collected 9 murder cases in that particular case, where one of our own disgraced us has been at the center of this whole thing. At this moment, there is 11 suspects who are family related, from brothers, sisters, whoever you can name it, part of this particular who has been arrested and currently in custody. The case is still going on. They will be reappearing in court on the 16th of April this year. When it comes to the matters of the, I know also the public as they sitting listening, they have high interest in terms of the matters of the artist, particularly the matter of Dr. Nell in the Lephalale area. I must say, Chairperson, our investigation is intense in that particular case. It's not just a walk-over case, and we still agree that we must be given ample time if we really want to have conviction in this particular case. There is a team that is assigned from the province. We have taken all of the statement that we needed to take. We have laid the case docket to the public prosecutor. We're working with the prosecutor if we want to get proper convictions. But we will update the nation as such in terms of that particular case. In a week or 2 weeks, a week ago, a Ligombo artist was also murdered, but in that particular space we have managed to make some arrests. I must indicate that Shebeshi's case is still coming on for another bail application. It will be in court scheduled for tomorrow the 15th. Will be in court again for a new bail application and still remain in custody. Chairperson, there was also during this particular period the bus accident that happened, and there were medicine that were recovered in that accident. I must indicate that we were unable, I think it's based on that nobody could own ownership in terms of who the medication belongs to. We did not make any arrest in that particular case, and it's clear that we'll end up having to close this case as there's no information coming forward. The investigation is not depicting any positive outcomes in that. We also had good successes in terms of vehicles, robbery, truck hijackings. I must indicate that there was the police has responded in a hijacking in during the month of during the third quarter on the R37 and also outside Westernburg. We did recover a truck that was stolen as well, that was hijacked, and some number of vehicles that were hijacked as well. And these vehicles were coming from KZN. And we believe that these are the typical cars that come from other provinces in this province, and you find that we have crime committed and it's said the vehicle is unknown. So we anticipate intercepted those vehicles, and the 3 suspects are still in custody as we speak. On illicit mining, we had several arrests. I think we were injected by the fact that National did give us a boost in terms of the capability that intervene in the illegal mining space. But Chairperson, I must say, without me mentioning all these successes, but there is good success that has been done in the space. But I think I will be a bit controversial and talk to this particular aspects. I think I've been vocal in the meeting, and the MEC has also spoken to it as well. We've taken note and cognizance for the fact that there are interventions that are given in other provinces at this point in time when it comes to the illegal mining space. Not that we're competing with them, but all what we are saying, the crime is displaced to our province at this point in time. Where you sit and analyze, you can see the typical type of crimes that you are picking up. They are foreign in the province. If you get, like in the tavern, someone comes and shoots randomly so and kill 2 people, you must know that this is not indigenous in the province of Limpopo. This is either your Gauteng style, your Northwest style. Yeah, and the reason is because also the many foreign nationals that traverse our province, and in the process of them not having anything, they either go do house robberies. I'm talking that because statistics tells me that the people that we arrest, 1 out of 10 is a South African, and the majority are foreign nationals. However, we made arrest. That incident that I'm talking about is an incident that took place in Tetema, where in a tavern, a person just opened fire and killed 2 people. We arrested the foreign national in that particular space. And yeah, it's still undergoing court. But I must say, if you can imagine that Northwest Gauteng, Free State, will be injected with army and the like. At this point in time, we're battling. We'll have to rope Peter to pay Paul for us to get the people that we intervene in the illegal mining space. That is also draining our resources in terms of the frontline services, because we'll have to tap there. Sometimes you can't tap in the detective space based on the case load that the members are having, that are carrying as an individual investigating office. So at this point in time, we feel that the people will run away from Gauteng, run away from north and northwest, and then make way to the province of Limpopo. You'll remember, Chairperson, that when Krugersdorp received an injection of a capability in Gauteng, they ran, the Lesotho people ran to Bergenhoek, just here as you go to Zaletiel. And the 5 bodies that we collected there, because though we arrested people on the side of Make in Mopani district, as they were running away, they were Mozambican and some Lesotho. We had firearms. On the interrogation, they indicated that they're coming from the Krugersdorp. So I'm saying these things because I can see that we are moving to that particular space. As much as we manage our crime, but illegal mining does create crime as well. In terms of convictions, I'm going to summarize. There's a number of convictions that we had. I think we have 21 life sentences that we have secured, and we appreciate our courts. We have seen a speed in terms of court. In the province of Limpopo, our rape cases are rather speedily, and at least we are not complacent about the sanctions that are given. We see sanctions that at least they send a message. We worry when we see sanctions of 5 years, 10 years, when people were raped, but of lately we see really sanctions that will incarcerate these perpetrators for a decade in prison. 406 years and 33 months sentences of different suspects has been granted by our courts, and we must say a lot of rape cases has been solved and also finalized in courts. Chair, in terms of crime, Tata will take the committee in confidence in terms of how we perform. You asked me a question whether the people of Limpopo would like to know whether they are still safe. I can safely say where I'm sitting, Chairperson, I'm just about to go home, and I wonder whether am I safe as I'm going to go home, because I feel like I can stay here. The province of Limpopo is still a safe province. The hard work of the members on the ground says it all. You know, Chairperson, that crime revolves, and crime sometimes is not happening continuously during the day. It calls members to sleep in the street for them to protect the citizenry of this province. And I must appreciate our members, they do that without fear. And they are on the street over weekend. Now what we're doing, we're looking at the change, because crime pattern changes. I think as we plan, the criminals are also planning. Now we are going to be available on the street from Monday to Sunday, because we have picked up some traits that are worrying for us, and we want to arrest it before it can become a problem in the province. Over and above, Chairperson, if I can add on other issues, as you requested me, I want to indicate that we have been projects that we were long waiting for them to be finalized, like the police station of Mankweng. I must indicate that Mankweng will be completed in September, fully completed. We are grateful for that. Because we believe that the environment that is viable and conducive, it has got that boost in terms of the morale of the people that are working in. We have known Mankweng, it has been an outcry in the portfolio committees, different portfolio committees that I work with, but at this point in time, we will be opening the police station in this financial year. The Vuadi police station also has been completely built. These two projects were projects that were halted, and it has been halted for quite a long time. but we will be opening we're just meeting for some few variation orders that we are busy with, but we are planning that we should be opening this police station this year. Villa Lora, we had a police station, the committee, some of the committee members will remember that Villa Lora had a police station somewhere, the bridge was washed away and people could not access the police station. We had to relocate the police station and we've battled because we're grateful for the women who own a particular house where we managed to put the Villa Lora police station free of charge for the longer period that they have been there. But at this point in time, we managed to secure a site. The site has been dealt with and properly, so we're looking forward that there should be a project of the police station that will kickstart. In the meantime, we have created a fully fledged police station with park homes that are there. I think we will launch that police station site as it is. It's done. It's just waiting for us to secure a proper date where we can formally launch the project that we have started with the Villa Lora. Now they have a place, they have a viable place they can do the work properly. Mletlane is a police station is being built. It's going to be completed in July also this year, which is a police station that is due to be open. Yeah, I'm not sure, Chairperson, the school in Blood River, we know for the fact that there was a school that was problematic in the Sishiro, and that school was, I'm told, it was closed and the children were taken to two schools somewhere in Blood River. And these two schools, yeah, the children are in loggerhead, they have been fighting. There is a case that has been opened of lately, I think 3-4 days ago. We will work on it because the case talks to the vandalization, and those children, they fought and they went to the school and even vandalized the school and also steal some, what do you call it? They say they steal some laptop iPads. So we will follow the case, Chairperson. But in terms of our school safety project, we run the school safety project together with the department as well as the Department of Education. And at times when there are problems, we do draw DSD to come on board. We have our young constables that are linked to these particular schools. Yeah, we are monitoring the schools. Chair, yes, there are problems. At times when we even do the school search, we will not believe, Chairperson, that we can find children with firearms, we can find children with ammunition. I think bullying at school, sometimes these children even steal their parents' firearms or whatever to come and frighten other children, showing them the bullet and all those things. And these are children that, in case this case is open, the Child Justice Act tells us what we have to, how we should deal with children in conflict with the law. Chairperson, I want to say thanks to the committee. I might not be coming back very soon into the committee because my contract has ended. I think it's time to make those changes, Chairperson, that you spoke about. For me, my contract has ended. In 2 weeks' time, I'm sitting at the mercy of the National Commissioner, who granted me the extra 2 months, and I'm finishing end of June. Because when I speak with him, I said, in fact, I should be finishing now end of April, the 30th. So I want to say thanks to the Chairperson, the committee, the MEC. I might not find this opportunity again. Limpopo has become my home. The people of Limpopo has become my people. I did not come here in a contract, but I came here to serve the community. And I think where I'm sitting, I'm happy. I've done it with the due diligence that it deserves. And I'm keeping the people of this province safe. And also keeping my own employees happy to wake up and go to work, even when I'm not able to go to the street that particular night. But I want to say thank you. The support I got from all of you has made this province of Limpopo successful. You owe it to yourself, and not to me. And thank you very much, Ngabo.
You are clapping too soon. No worries, we can't clap for that. Anyway, that is not our area of jurisdiction, but I've seen somewhere in a province where there's a short man and very effective that has turned the country upside down. I've seen that he was retained. So for us, before we clap, is to say, let's wait for the 2 months at the mercy of the National Commissioner. You might still come back to serve the people of this province diligently like you have done, particularly that you are a woman and you have worked. I'm not saying men are not working properly. I'm saying the tedious department like South African Police Services that we've known historically as an area, a masculine area, but we have done that so well on behalf of all women in this province. Hence I'm saying the clappings came very soon. So let's wait for the National Commissioner to finalize. He might do what he has done in KZN to the people of this province. If ourselves, as a portfolio committee led and also NEC leading the Department of Transport and Community Safety, I'd say we've worked well with you, and we know that those clappings might have been way early. So we are not going to take that goodbye message for now. Just to say you are about to conclude, but we've seen it somewhere in KZN that you can still be retained. And that's what we are hoping for, and that's what the people of this province are hoping for. And I believe that's what the men and women in blue are hoping for, because for the first time, we have got to sense and understand the kind of work that all of you are doing. And the morale of the police in this province is on an upward trajectory. So we can't want to say when we're built so much, we are willing to lose. No. So the clapping of hands will come at the right time. Thank you very much. Could we have, in brief, on that report that the Provincial Commissioner has shared with us, there's a page there at the back of the crime stats. So also the report should be quite detailed and effective, and also alleviate the fears of the people of this province.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, our MEC, HOD, CEO and our Provincial Commissioner, as well as all the other senior managers present. My task is simple, Honourable Chairperson. All the actions that we as the police executed for the December and January period for the festive season, also the successes and the confiscations that we've made, it's some of the hard work that we've been doing that I'm just going to present. If we go to the scope of the presentation, Chairperson, you will see that we start with the actions executed. Those are the duties. What did we do as police? There are certain tasks that we need to do, searches, compliance inspections, those type of things that are called actions executed, that are listed on our OPAM system. Then the second bullet is the arrest that we've made per category, and then the confiscations, recoveries and seizures that was made during this period. Then this first page, Honourable Chairperson, you will see awareness campaigns, 5,900. Just to explain here, the awareness campaigns, we talk about the school safety projects that we also have, the awareness in terms of domestic violence, GBV, all those kind of actions that we execute to the malls, to the roadblocks, and even to the liquor premises when we talk about liquor abuse that influences domestic violence and GBV also. Drug abuse, those programs are referred to as awareness campaigns. Then when we do the compliance inspections, Chairperson, we not only focus on your normal liquor premises, but we also go to the firearm dealers, we go to the second-hand dealers and security companies to make sure that they comply with the acts that governs them. You will see in terms of firearm dealers, we did 26 inspections and compliance visits to them. Security companies, 533. You will also recall previously we had successes in terms of the security companies that are not in compliance with the law. Then those firearms were confiscated. Our focus to deal with GBV, your contact crimes, is the compliance inspections at licensed liquor premises. So you will see that a total of 35,000 compliance inspections were made.
And we are also giving weekly feedback in our PCCF meetings on that. The second-hand dealers, that is where we will then go and inspect and see if they are not selling illegal obtained goods. They have to have a register to make sure that the goods that they are buying from the sellers are indeed lawfully owned. So we did 5,698 compliance inspections at second-hand dealers. Page number 3 talks to our day-to-day operations. You will see that illicit mining is what the PC already alluded to, your Valampori operations. We had 580 for this period. Our multidisciplinary joints operations, that is any operation that includes any other entity, your Department of Home Affairs joining the police, transport, etc. So we had 1,630 operations. Our roadblocks during this period, 1,400. Rural safety operations, 2,900. And then the stop and search operations, 79,000. That's where we find the firearms, the drugs, the knives that are killing our people. Vehicle control points, it's the VCPs. That is informal roadblock, if I can call it like that. 42,121. Now our shebeens that we are focusing also on, that is where we know that we will address contact crimes. Any unlicensed liquor premises that do not comply with the Liquor Act, we consider that as a shebeen, and we give 100% zero tolerance on this one. A total of 1,161 of these premises were closed during this period. Testing of vehicles, that is where we will find ownership and recover stolen or robbed vehicles that are moving through this province. A total of 106,000 vehicles were tested during this period, Chairperson. Then the next slide, page 4, talks to our visibility as the police. You will know this buzzword of blue light patrols. That is where you will find vehicles patrolling at night, blue lights appearing all over. We want to cover each and every corner of this province, Chairperson. We did 108,000 blue light patrols during this period. Foot patrols at the malls, our CBDs, our shopping centers, to create that visibility and safety to the people that are shopping, 48,000. And then the vehicle patrols, 146,000. The searches that we've conducted also to get our successes during this period, you will see 422,000 persons were searched. And then also vehicles, 189,000 vehicles. With regard to our visits, you will also know that we are in a foot and mouth disease period, where we also now conduct compliance inspections at farms. Over and above that, for foot and mouth, there's also labor issues that we give attention to, the normal complaints to the farms that we give attention to make sure that they are also visited and do not complain about service delivery. So 40,000 visits were conducted. Our mines, looking to our illegal mining activities, 3,000 mines were visited during this period. And then the spaza shops, 222,000. Chairperson, we are still in the process of giving attention to the illicit trade, expired goods that are also sold to our communities, and illegal foreigners that are owning these shops. So that is the huge number that we visited during this period. And then the school safety projects, the school visits, 88,900. Then our taxi ranks will always be one of the focus areas. So during this period, we visited 138,000 taxi ranks. Next slide, page 5. This represents then the total arrests that we've made during these 2 months, December and January. The total number of 23,959 suspects were arrested, which then includes crimes per category. You will see the first category is contact crimes. We arrested 95 suspects for murder, 72 suspects arrested for attempted murder, and 179 suspects arrested for rape. 1,500 suspects arrested for assault GPH, and then 1,085 suspects arrested for assault common. We also encourage Chairperson, our detectives, if they know that this suspect is a known suspect, to give more attention to that, to go and trace the suspect as soon as possible so that we can bring him or her to book and then put him through the process. With regard to robberies, a total of 139 suspects were arrested for all the robberies, which then include the 36 of robbery aggravating, 8 for car or truck hijacking, and then 60 for house robberies and 30 for business robberies. Then when we move on to page 6, that is your property-related crimes, where we arrested 71 suspects for burglary business, 169 for burglary houses, and then for stock theft 22, theft of motor vehicle 9, and then theft of or from motor vehicle, that is your spare wheels, your mirrors, and we know that the VW Polo, they are even stealing the lights within a few seconds.
Yeah.
So those are the theft of and from motor vehicle, 34 suspects were arrested. Then when we move on to the contact-related crimes, it's your arson and malicious damage to property. A total of 15 suspects arrested for arson and 559 suspects arrested for MI2P. Then other serious crime, Chairperson, your shoplifting, also during this time, December and January, you know there's a lot of movement in the shops. So there were a total of 248 suspects arrested. And then for fraud, 80, and other theft, it's 328. Next slide. Page 7 reflects, first of all, the crime detected as a result of police action. That is, what are we doing as police? These crimes are from our pockets, if I can call it like that, Chairperson. Drug-related crime, a total of 1,456. Driving under the influence of liquor, 1,214. And then illegal possession of firearm and ammunition, a total of 93 suspects arrested. With regard to our undocumented persons, 3,158. Now, when we move on to the liquor-related, our public drinking, you will see there's a lot of arrests made on that. People are drinking outside the designated areas, outside the taverns, then that's when they will be arrested. 7,160. And then illegal dealing in liquor, that's your shebeens, 927. With regard to the Liquor Act, that's your normal J534s that we issue to people that are not in compliance with the Liquor Act, selling liquor to minors, you also providing liquor to an intoxicated person, those kind of things, where we issue then the 8,289 J534s. With regard to the monitoring of the second-hand dealers, there were 20 suspects arrested for dealing in goods at unregistered second-hand dealers. Next slide talks to our recoveries, our confiscations and seizures during this period. Chairperson, you will see that we have this big problem of the illicit cigarettes that are moving through the province from Zimbabwe side. So we've confiscated 4,094,000 sticks of cigarettes during this period. And that is continuously monitored, and you will find all over the province that we are achieving successes on this regard. Then when we move on to the dangerous weapons, previously, as I indicated, the stop and searches that we are conducting, that is where we get these successes. 395 knives were removed out of suspects' hands, and also it's believed that we saved a few lives by recovering or confiscating these knives. Then when we go to the drugs, I've highlighted only the dagga, the crystal meth and nyaope. You will see a total of 1,740,000 grams of dagga, 4,400 grams of crystal meth, and then nyaope 1,960 grams of nyaope. Then the total of firearms, 112 firearms were removed. Also, that is from suspects illegal in possession of the firearms, as well as at crime scenes. You sometimes search the crime scene and you find the firearm hidden away. So that is then the 112 firearms representing there. With regard to ammunition, a total of 1,131 rounds of ammunition were recovered. If we move on then to the the last page, number 9, the liquor that we confiscated at illegal shebeens and taverns that are not complying, 120 million milliliters of liquor. And then, Chairperson, maybe just to highlight the toy guns, we've also discovered that toy guns are used in the commission of crime. So over this period, we've recovered or confiscated 15 of those toy guns. Then lastly, the vehicles and motorcycles recovered. You will see a total of 56 vehicles that were robbed or stolen were recovered during this period. And we also confiscated 44 vehicles that were used in the commission of crime. That is the operational feedback. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The crime stats, there's a document there or a page behind a very good report we have received from the provincial commissioners. I tried to look at it through a helicopter view, and I think, like I always say, policing is a very sensitive area. Wouldn't want you going deeper into things that we're not supposed to say here in the public. So I've seen that those slides might be the right slide that you should talk to, where we are as a province, where we on the second quarter, first quarter, where we are, and what are your plans there? Just in brief.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to NEC, MIPC, all journalists in the platform, members of the portfolio committee. I'm going to give you the snapshot of the first two slides in the report. In terms of this slide, you will see it's 5-year period where we want to measure the trend. And looking at this particular reporting period from October to December 2025, it's very important to note, coming to contact crimes, we have an overall decline of about 11.7. However, we can note that murder was the only crime that has shown an increase of about 12 counts more. And it's very important to note that among those 12 counts, there were 16 mob justice or vigilantism related murders. 39 of those, among those 250, we had 39 that were related to our domestic violence. So our domestic violence is deadly, and we have 28 as a result of assault, where we see that these victims later succumbed to their injuries at the hospital. So these were the cases that maybe they started to report that as an assault. Later, this person injuries, they succumb to that. And in terms of the overall 5-year period with regard to murder, hence we gave from 2021, you can see it's about 25.9% decline statistical overall. Even if you look at the numbers from 290 to 15, it gives you that trend. And in terms of sexual offenses, an overall decline of about 5.8% or 78 counts. In terms of attempted murder, is 20 counts low. 577 in terms of the assault GBH that I've spoken to, of which majority of those cases were converted to, 28 of those were converted to murder. And we have common assault with 278, common robbery with about 41, and robbery with aggravating circumstances reducing by 394. However, breaking down these sexual offenses, it's very important for our public to know that sexual offenses is not only rape. It consists of rape, sexual assault, attempted sexual offense, and contact sexual offenses. And in terms of sexual offenses, the only crime that have seen an increase in this particular reporting period is sexual assault, with 3 cases more, translating to 2.4%. However, the crimes that are perceived to be the most feared and the most common by our citizens, what we call the trio crime. Every one of us here, and these are the crimes that are part of the national development plan. We measure them, which is carjacking, robbery at residential, robbery at non-residential. We have seen an overall decline of about 24.4%, with the carjacking cases reducing by 18 counts during this period, while robbery at residential reduced by 57, and robbery at non-residential by 125. However, we had one incident of robbery of cash in transit in the province in the past quarter. And bank robbery, we have not had any in the past 5 years, if you look at the 5-year trend, meaning we are not prone to this, but the likelihood might be there if opportunity arises. And in terms of drug hijacking, we were 1 count lower compared to the previous period. The last slide that I'm going to explain is in terms of contact-related crime. In terms of contact-related crime, we have arson and malicious damage to property. However, I would like to mention that majority of this particular crime are domestic violence related, where you see this couple, when they fight, they burn each other's goods, the cars, the houses. And in majority of arson cases, you find that there's a fight between boyfriend and girlfriend where the assets of one party are burned. And in terms of malicious damage to property, is the issue of anger management, where they just break windows, they do most of the damage. This crime, even though it has declined by 124 counts or 5.6%. In terms of the property-related crime, we have a clean sweep in terms of decline, overall decline for the province, with our burglaries reducing by 8.7%, while burglary at residential by 16%. Theft of motor vehicle and motorcycle, it has reduced by 13.2% over this period, while the theft out of motor vehicle and motorcycle, it has declined by about 12%. Where we see our stock theft, it has declined by 30%. Overall, our property crime in the province has declined by 15%. In terms of other serious crimes, such as all theft not mentioned elsewhere, such as cables, electrical cables, and that has seen a reduction of about 13%. Commercial crime, which includes your fraud and then, have seen a decline of about 1.3%, while shoplifting, which was spurred by this particular period where it's festive season, we have seen it declining by about 1.2%. And in terms of the overall 17 community important crime that we are measured at, we have seen a decline of about 3,000 cases and more, which translates to about 11.2. As alluded by Brigadier Van Staden, the arrests that were related to illegal possession of firearms and ammunition for this particular period was 180, which was 25 less compared to the same period. While drug-related crime, we had about 2,654, which was 88 more compared to the period of October to December 2024. While driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, we have seen an arrest of about 1,665 or 479 more arrests. In terms of sexual offenses detected as a result of police action, just to explain what it means, it just means that public indecency, those public indecency kind of cases, we have seen 709 cases reported compared to the previous period. It is a decline of about 543. However, overall, we are seeing that compared to the previous period, we were 1 count less compared to the previous period. That's the end of my brief presentation for the province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's our presentation. We are not seeing all it's nice and clean. There's still issues that we definitely have to deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Provincial Commissioner and Mr. Van Staden. I don't know the rank. Brigadier Van Staden and the gentleman.
Brigadier Matati.
Oh, Brigadier. Oh, okay. No, thank you so much for the always well-detailed report on behalf of the people of this province. It gives us comfort, really. When we're looking all those, and I was deliberate to say today you should just get success stories. Give us what is it that is good that has happened over the November, December, January period. And to know if you are a victim of crime. Every time you move, if you were marked in town, you are walking, you have that ghost that will keep on following you, even if there's no one behind you. That is trauma. And the GBV cases that is inundated in this province is so scary. And it's something that even if it's not what you do as police to be able to monitor them, it takes personal responsibility. like for partners that have lived together for a very long time, promising each other comfort, love, having brought good children, having built beautiful lives together, and one just decides that no, I must end the life of this particular partner of mine. It's something that is beyond police comprehension. Yes, we can count it as a GBV case, but it takes personal responsibility. It takes ourselves, all of us, men and women, really agreeing that we are going to deal with the demon of GBV in our own personal spaces. But I believe that I'm speaking for all members, but I will allow from Honorable Nkonyana, Honorable Moss, up to Honorable Hell, to really just speak to the reports of SAPS. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chair, and greetings once more. The generals, it's a police language, you won't understand. Yeah, but Chair, we welcome the report and also the attempt by the PC to make us cry. We note that. And thank you for not allowing her to make us cry. Because understanding the national picture in the setup of the SAPS, the ad hoc committee and Madlanga Commission has painted you very bad. The profession entirely is painted in a very, very bad way. You cannot run away from that, the profession is under attack from within, by the way, not from outside. But when we read, you know, when last year, I think, Chair, PC told us that she might leave us this year. And I thought she was joking. But immediately when she started to make a presentation, I then went back to my notes of last year and checked. And in the notes, I made a side note trying to understand her career and so on and so forth. And the successes are included in that particular article. And just recently, those who are young enough to have Facebook might know, it can't be everyone, of course, might know that I made a specific note on Facebook dedicating a status to the women leaders of the province. And the PC was one of the people, including Sesim Khade and others, that I made a shout out to. Now, the successes have spoken for themselves. It's up to the Premier and the National Commissioner and other people that we don't know to act. But generally, we thank you for the service that you have given us. Limpopo is known. When I was still in the profession, this other side, we were known as the underdogs in Limpopo. No media, what, no results specifically. There was a time, Chair, around the areas of Skukune when these Pakistans and Somalis who own these shops were randomly attacked and robbed and so on and so forth. And one of the suspects, upon being arrested, he said Polokwane arrived. and Polokwane, when he arrives, it's a problem. So we were once known as the underdog province. No media briefings, no flashing cameras, just results. I think we're the safest province, in my opinion, in the country. And that is because of the men and women in blue, led by yourself, PC, until station level, including our very own CPFs. But now let's get down to business. One, last year, Chair, we undertook a program called Taking Legislature to the People. I was part of a group that visited Begersford SAPS, police station. And amongst the observations that we made, and I believe that the PC is aware, was the state of the infrastructure there. It was in a very, very dire state, to a point that one would not believe that it was a police station, in fact. And the PC counted the new projects and some relocations of particular police stations, and I thought, by fortune and luck, Begasfort will benefit, but it has not. Now, can we note that issue? And in future, PC, when you come back, please attend to it. And if it's not you, whoever that will come, please come back to it. Now, when we were at Begasfort also, remember Begasfort is a mining area. It's a mining area with a police station that has no capacity of the drone systems that usually are needed to manage mining areas. Now, solely they said they used to rely on the dog unit. They said they used to have a dog unit that they used to rely on because they did not have the drone systems. Now, sadly, the dog unit was shifted, I'm not sure because of environmental factors or what, or capacity or what, but it was shifted from Begasfort to Amasemula SAPS. The report says that, the K9 unit. And as a consequence to that, members that were under K9 therefore found themselves at some at CESI, some at other various units, which I think they might be underutilized if they are serving at CSC and some others at Vispol. Now, I'm also moving forward. I'm also touched that the PC reports that when they do these school searches or school patrols, in some cases they find firearms. And firearms must be having owners outside the learners. And you can only attribute that to the cartels who do drugs in most cases, because a normal student going to class, I would not necessarily need a firearm to be there. But those that need firearms obviously might have a motive. Did we ever get the motive, PC, as a question, as to why, who owns and so on? The stories around the students or learners who possess firearms and in some instances dangerous weapons that they encounter. And in future, PC and Brigadier van Staden, when you conduct these school searches and you feel that you can invite a portfolio committee to come and witness, don't hesitate, contact the chair. She will deploy those who are available. I'll be number one, chair, because it's my turn. The vehicle control points that mostly we've seen during December, chair, are all, especially in rural areas and some strategic roads. The rural, what do you call these cameras that are installed by the farmers? The ones that they help to track my car? That one? LPs. What is then the relationship between the SAPS in Limpopo, the municipal traffic officials, the cameras that I'm talking about? Is there any form of, under rural safety, is there any form of formal relationship or agreement that, because I mean those things, I don't know who came with that idea. I found my car. But also at the vehicle control points, I've noted something, PC, and I'm not sure. Can we be made to understand who are these police officers who drive marked vehicles, no uniform, but just decide to stop people without uniform, no reflector, no nothing? Because they just park cars on the road, and then who is a police person, you see with this leg holster with a gun. Hey, this one must be very dangerous, so you must stop. Then sometimes we are assisted by a marked police van, and which in some cases you don't find them. They are unmarked in some cases. It's just we call them safety cars because we don't know how to call them. These ones that are not marked. Then in JSPTP, you are searched there, but it's not a problem because residents comply. But who are these people? We want to understand what is their jurisdiction in the SAPS, because they seem now it's a trend. It's growing. It's now even coming to the cities. I've realized there's this bridge next to Silicon after the stadium. where usually we find traffic officers. Just yesterday morning, they were there, many of them. Just police cars, wearing like Honorable Moss, then they decided to stop you. But because you know that you are a resident of Polokwane and usually here, it's police that are stopping. You comply, they quickly search you, then you leave. But if it's a culture that is forbidden, but just let us understand, who are these people? Because we don't know them. Now, 422,161 searched persons. These ones, I think they are troublesome. Thank you very much. 40,254 farms also searched, including spaza shops. We normally have a complaint of farms harboring illegal immigrants. Specific reference, Mabulol, Groblersdal area, these farms. They are the habitual perpetrators of these things. They do it a lot of times. The BMA, they are still coming. But yourselves, out of these operations, any successes on illegal immigrants? I know Limpopo, Brigadier Thembi Kgatebe, was all over the news sometime last year, if not last year, for a 2 billion drug bust in a farm in Groblersdal. I think it was last year, if not. You were very famous. You were very famous because you busted not just drugs, it was a drug manufacturing facility costing more than 2 billion. It was scary. More scary because when Kanyani moves from town to town, he passes there and was unaware. I myself, I shop next to that farm. Very scary. And the rise in drug consumption in communities. Do you ever thought of Mamelodi, Soshanguve? Oh, can't you see in Groblersdal? Just here. They don't even need serious escorts. They use the farm roads to arrive there. Now, was there any success specifically on illegal immigrants? There's a looming revolution, if I may put it. It's looming already. It's in Eastern Cape, started in KZN, Gauteng, but obviously eventually it will arrive here. This issue of dealing with illegal immigrants by citizens. Citizens on their own are taking this thing up. They are challenging the system on their own without police. They are banning shops owned by Nigerians and other people, and they are doing it haphazardly. They don't just care. Now they are doing care. Documented or not, they just ban it. Now, before Limpopo, because usually we are late to take trains from Gauteng. Before now, we take that trend. Did we find any successes when we searched farms, when we searched these spaza shops for compliance? Now, last but not least, there is a culture that is growing rapidly, especially in parts of Polokwane, parts of Venda. Let's just put it where there are institutions of filing. Now it's spreading to townships. There's a new culture. Groove, sexual intercourse, failed transaction in the morning, rape case, 5,000 negotiation, then withdrawal of the case, to a point that I'm not sure if you've heard it because we are at senior management level. To a point that there was a case that I once dealt with when I was still leading the local structure of a girl that habitually every Monday would wake up and go to either Delton police station and next week change, go to Siabuswa police station. Until a point whereby there was a notice on the Facebook saying, let's come free, don't. She comes every Monday. How do you deal with these things of these people, especially the women, if I may put it, whom have appeared many times in a database to have opened rape cases? For today, they have opened rape cases, withdrawn. Tomorrow, another rape case, withdrawn. You know, where I live in the villages, where I live, these small Nyaupe boys, we call them Mapara, these paras. They also have a strategy to to a point that there's a legal framework put to say the rate of case withdrawal must go up because in Siyabuso it's 1.5. What they do, they go to you, steal, you moor, police station, come back, Tau 5, withdrawal of the case of assault. I see because of the stats of the assault GPH that are reported here. It's habitual now. Now, these sections around the local areas have rates like the normal labor rates. No? In Teletown is 500. In Siyabuso is 1,005. In Groblersdal, because the town is 2,000. No, it's better if I steal in Groblersdal. I'll make more money there. Now, they even connive these ones of ladies. No? There's a shocking conversation that we had some week or so ago. No? And it's very shocking. Certain women confidently telling us leadership that in this particular police station, there's a rape police person that we know that if he's not there, our things will not go well. This police person is the correct person that we must find there. We even have the number, Mos. Even though now he's on leave, that's why I can ask him group. He's home, he's on leave. I'll wait until he comes back, then go to group. That syndicate is growing in the province, and it's a safe state of affairs. It's scary. That's why I say the SAPS we have seen on TV. This attack is from within. The roses that PC gives us, the reports that are very gloomy. Of course, as she says, not everything is gloomy and roseful. But at the end, when we have to fight this thing and combat it, sometimes we must look from within. Especially station level. There are people that are working very seriously and tirelessly so to reverse every gains that you guys might make. And it's intentional. Some call sabotage, some is just naughtiness, they're just naughty. Like the one that we've arrested, part of the 12, that was just being naughty. Even if you can check the share that they received, it was just being naughty because people are naughty from birth. This one has been naughty, unfortunately got into a system and continued being himself. So Chair, those are the few questions directed to PC. And thank you very much, Mapungan.
You are protected, Goyan.
In future, I'll remember.
You are protected, Honorable Ma.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you for the good presentations by the General and the Brigadiers. I really appreciate it. Congratulations with the crime stats. It's always heartwarming to see that that there is successes as well, and not always just the doom and gloom that we do see on the television or on the commissions that is at national level. I've just got a few questions. Firstly, on illicit mining. If we see, Brigadier, that there is a lot of them is foreign nationals that's arrested, but if I look at the confiscations that goes with it, the trucks, the TLBs and stuff, that tells me that there must be a higher power or a higher hand or a cartel financing these people, and it's not just due to unemployment or something. Is that true? Has it been, how can I say, finance that it's maybe financed by mining houses and stuff, because to have 163 trucks, I'm not saying it's at one illicit mining, but to have that values of TLBs, trucks, 53 vehicles, it must be a lot of money, and I mean a foreign national won't have access to those type of things unless he's financed by South Africans or South African mines or something. And then just a second thing, because it happens in my hometown as well, the Brigadier mentioned arrest made at drinking in public places, 7,160. Even in Zanin, we have a tavern, licensed tavern in the middle of town. But let's say from 10 o'clock till 3 o'clock in the morning, if you drive past there, you can't actually access the road because the main street is completely blocked off. People are standing in the roads, drinking outside in public, listening to music outside their vehicles. Is there also consequences for the tavern owner or the liquor place, or is it only to arrest somebody drinking in public, drinking at his car, or do they also get a notice that it's not allowed, the people cannot stand in the streets and drink, and could it have repercussions for their liquor license as well? Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentations.
Thank you, Honorable Baloyi.
No, thanks, Chair. We welcome the report, PC. I have nothing much to say, but I just have a few questions to ask. 10,000 police officers, are they enough for this province? I think I've asked this question in our community. Are they enough? If they are not, what is happening? And then, second question is, the arrest vis-a-vis conviction. I can see that you are working very hard. You are arresting every day. But I want to check if, I know it's not in your area, conviction. Are you arresting the very same people? You arrest them Friday, weekend, they come out, Monday you arrest them, or it's the new people? And then I'm also shocked about the drugs. Like Honorable Konyana was saying, I thought in Limpopo there's no drugs. You've registered 1,406, 56 in 2 months. I never thought people of Limpopo are taking this thing. I thought they are dead. But the last one, PC and your team, position of stolen goods, I see is 1. You only get 1 the whole province. What's happening? Are they not reporting, or is only 1 that you have got? That's all I can see. Thanks.
Honorable Nenguda.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any questions.
Honorable Manama.
No, Chair, it's saying to me that we don't discuss our strategies in the budget so that the sooner we avoid that, the better. It is out of our own safety. Safe to say that perhaps we need to be realistic in our approach to say, commission and research, we are addressing more on symptoms of social ills that we have. Perhaps what is the causal factors of some of these things, so that we are able to come with contingency measures. And I was talking to my friend, I'll be more excited from tomorrow and Thursday if he embarked on that crusade of damaging property. You don't say, you don't apply selective justice, you also arrest him. Don't say he's a member of the legislature, because tomorrow he will be marching and Thursday. So justice must be served irrespective of the social state. But I think we appreciate the good work. But it's not only about good service, but it's a collective responsibility and collective wisdom that I think we need to assist one another. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mangwana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is also just some inputs, but also to appreciate the work that we've been doing. All of us want crime statistics to go down. No one wants them to rise. Chairperson, there is this, I think it's in all areas, where people will, when they've got problems with ESCOM, they've got problems with the municipality, they'll go and block the roads MEC. And we expect the police to come and assist. And it's always the case. I don't know how we will work around this, because service delivery strikes, always they would call the police, come and assist, there's a blockade of a road. I think a week does not go by where you are not called to say they've blocked it, whether it's a national road, provincial road, or whatever road. There are blockages, and we expect police to be there. We expect police to disperse people. Chairperson, we must find a way of municipalities and the department, also the police, to sit down and say, your service delivery strikes, how do we work, how do we find solutions on them? Because always you have to call the police. But no, even if the police are here, we still want to see the mayor, we still want to see this. So it becomes difficult, and some people who would want to go to work, they cannot go to work, they are using the roads and so on. So I think it will be frustrating to the police officials, because what do? Do they arrest the people that are striking or what? Which it's a headache. Another issue is on your report, your good report, the other part that maybe you should visit and inspect are scrapyards. There are so many things that are happening at different scrapyards. Whether you find stolen cars and whatever that is happening there, can you please also cover that area? The area of scrapyard. I think if they could get a visit from your good selves. Okay, the issue on farms, I think Honorable Nkonyana has covered it. Whether I've got enough personnel, yes, that is, it has also been covered. The other one is, I remember at some point back there was an issue on you don't have enough detectives to take on cases. Can you also cover on that, whether now we are fine or we still need more detectives? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the police, our commissioner and staff that is with her. I only have a few. Thank you very much for the documents. We appreciate your effort. I have a question on the court watch program. Can we get more information? Who is doing it? How regular are you doing it? Where are you doing it? What are you looking for? So that we can understand, if we read the reports, the previous reports about the court watch program, what do you mean? And so that we can also understand, especially in domestic violence cases, what is the function of our police doing a court watch program? Then what is the conviction rate for the arrests? So how many of the people originally arrested are actually being convicted? And then Domestic Violence Act. The domestic violence is really for me a very serious issue, because it seems to me that I've just received also this morning complaint that there seems to be a disconnect between what the law says and what is actually happening on the ground. I'm not sure if our police officers are properly trained how to deal with it, because a woman will get the interdict against the person and that person will continue to harass her. And I'm not so sure how accurate we are in making sure that it doesn't happen. Then a question on foot and mouth disease. Are you working with the Department of Agriculture? Is our police trained? Do they know what to look for? Do they know what permits is needed? And is there communication between you and the Department of Agriculture? Because this is really important, because in Limpopo, our Department of Agriculture is one of the better provinces in dealing with this case, with foot and mouth disease. I know we have, even before the outbreak was declared, we have already secured 80 million rand of vaccines from Botswana. So we have been vaccinated for a long time, but I need to understand how is the police working with the Department of Agriculture. Then electrical cable theft and illegal connections. Is the police, can we call out the police if there are illegal connections, or is that ESCOM? What must we do? Because I know, for example, in Kulako, there's a line of electricity, a high power line. And every now and again, somebody is stealing those cables. And we just cannot figure out what is going on. So we need to find a way to either work with the communities or go to the traditional leaders and find a way that we can establish in the community, please get the people that is stealing these cables, that we can arrest them. And then cash loans. In most cases, we have a problem that the people who do cash loans, they collect the ID documents and the PIN numbers, or the cards, the bank cards and the PIN numbers, and at night time, then they go and they empty out the ATMs. Now, if I can just understand what is the legislation that prevents people from taking your bank card and your PIN number, because they come with cards, like a bundle of cards like this, and the farm watch and the town watch people seeing it, and what can we do? Because the banks are complaining in the mornings, then the clients are complaining because the ATMs are actually empty. So we just need to understand what is going on. Then I have just 2 questions about 2 police stations. In Waterpoort, they have a problem that the quality of the water is very bad because the borehole at the police station is going through a coal field, meaning the water is brown. So you cannot even wash with that water because it burns you. Now they get water trucks, but my question is there another option? Because the farmer next door said he's quite willing to give them a clean borehole if they are prepared to put a pipe to the police station. So I just want us to see if we can assist those police, because if the water truck is late, then the police haven't got water. They cannot wash, they cannot brush their teeth. It's really a big issue because you really cannot use that water. I've checked, it's brown and it burns your skin. And then also at Oorigstad, the barracks are full of this black mold. You know, when it's so wet, then you get it against the walls, and I think it's unhealthy. I think we must just please check what we can do about that. And then my last remark is, if you look at your crime stats and you compare 2021 to 2025, then some of it is not going down, it's actually going up. If you look at sexual offences in 2021, 1151, and now it's 1277, although it's lower than the previous year. So we must just double check. There's a lot of these crimes that is actually up, although in relation to the previous year, it's going down. So we must just make sure that we also make a note of that. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you again for the reports.
Thank you, honourable members. Likewise, honourable members have represented me so well with regards to us appreciating a well-detailed report. But I'm going to throttle a bit in terms of responses where we also had asked, one member had asked, how many detectives do we have? I think that particular response does not belong to this meeting now. We can get that response as a report where we are as a province. Let's not respond on it PC. Most of the questions, I think we would get them. I believe we can move for getting them as a smaller report that you are able to send to us. But mine is 3 interest PC. The first one is with regards to gangsterism in school. We'll have that meeting HOD PD on the sidelines today. I agree, in that school, we'll talk about that school so we don't mention it here. I think in the morning, that team that works in the morning, you have a name for them. They should really pounce on that school. I believe you me, before 11 o'clock, we're going to get a lot of hideous weapons there. And remember, it's only school kids. It becomes a problem. So let's talk about it for operation tomorrow morning. The second one is with cables of electricity. I know GAL have their own issues, Polokwane have their own issues as a municipality, but for us to understand where is the market of these cables, because everyone that is taking these cables PC, they're not taking it home, they don't have the capacity to reproduce those cables into whatever they want to use. There must be a market. Where is that market? Is there a possibility, PC, where you have this operation Valum Koti and what? Can't we have an operation that focuses on these scrapyards in the city and in the villages? Because once somebody takes out this cable, already they know the market for it to sell it today. If we can, like Operation Shangela and Valum Koti, start working on an operation that deals with the scrapyards. We regulate and check first who are the owners, what are they selling. Even I know you have good detectives that will come with a plan on how do we identify scrapyards that buy public infrastructure. That infrastructure belongs to the people of this province, and as a province we know we don't have enough resources to keep on replacing the cables that are sold elsewhere. So I believe it will need us to really focus on it as an operation. And what is quite scary is this one of Operation Valumgoat, because very soon they'll move to the houses. I've seen somewhere in Northwest, there's an area where illegal miners have taken charge of that particular community. In the face of the SAPS, in the face of the military, they are doing it unabated and without remorse. They don't care now anymore. TVs are able to go there and interview the same people. And it said, are we moving into a failed state as a province or as a country? Because if we allow criminality to really take charge of good citizens of this province and the country, it means we are failing. So we really, I don't know what is the process of getting armies here to assist you and augment the little resources that we have as the police with regards to addressing the matters of illegal mining. I believe, yes, you can do it, but what about how many vehicles do we have that can go on a daily basis monitoring? They will know the police will come today, they stop the operations, and they go in 2 days' time when they know there's no one on the ground. And again, Honorable Boss, you are very correct. There must be a market where these people are selling what they are receiving underground. It's not possible. I can't just go and dig without a proper plan. And it says there are faces behind these operations. First of cable, and then of the illegal miners. So I think we need to have a plan and a strategy, adding on the strategies that we have deployed, that we have seen those strategies working, PC. So for me, it's with regards to those areas that are really a pain in our communities, and also to join members to really appreciate the time that we've had with you, but we don't want to say goodbye yet. It's not the right time. As and when the right time has come and proper communication has been put in place, that the provincial commissioner will still be with our province, or the provincial commissioner is going on pension, or whatever the case may be, we'll discuss those matters there. And I want to also appeal that let's not respond to the questions that emanated from the discussions. Let's have them as a report. And welcome Deputy Provincial Commissioner. I believe she was a station district. She was a district in Waterberg, District Commissioner. No, thank you very much. We appreciate the fact that you are also a woman.
Province of woman.
Thank you very much.
Her wish is that PC must leave so that.
That was on the light, hello.
She's wishing me away.
No. Kanya is on the light, hello. Want to bring the meeting into district.
Chairperson, just one word from you.
Yes.
You've already told the people that we have an operation tomorrow.
I know it's for the school. They don't know which school you are coming to. They don't know if you are going to Bembe or Mopani. And tomorrow might be Friday or next week Monday. They don't know. We just want them to stop what they are doing, because at any time you can pounce on them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any last word, PC?
I just want to say thanks, Chair. We noted all the comments from the honorable members. They give us energy to do more in our space, because when we come back here, going back to our office, we are no more the same. We are very hot, because with all the inputs that we have got, and also I'm worried, Honorable, about the member that is for rape. Really, this thing is eating me. Even if I don't respond to everything, but I think we'll look into that matter. We'll converse outside, and see what we can do. We are still committed to maintain our integrity as Limpopo. I must say just as Limpopo, because I can only talk about Limpopo. Chairperson, we deal with members decisively. You have seen, no less, there are others that were sentenced of Mawerele, sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. They are currently in prison. So many others that I can mention. Is just that normally we don't get into that. We deal with that. So this one we can have to do our covert operations to look at what is going on. We have the resources. I think we can do that. The rest of the others, we'll submit a report as per your directive, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PC and the brigadiers and deputy provincial commissioner, right? I was told that, hey, this thing of ranks is very important.
Yeah, very.
I'm making mistakes.
Maybe they must train us on the ranks.
So we must be trained on the helm so we don't make a mistake. And call somebody a constable while they're brigadier and they hate you forever. No, thank you very much, colleagues. We are just now on the second last item because we have taken item 8, 9, and 10 already. Before we have taken them before taking the 7.3 BMA report, which then says after the BMA report we go into deliberations or just a few questions for clarity if we have. Because what I always say, let's play an effective oversight. Things that we are unable to change here in this meeting, let's not bring it for the crowd. No, let's work on issues that we know we are able to change. Those ones that need us to work with national and address them, we'll do it likewise. I've advised Chatakasha to really, in the meantime, in your own, just to work on the report, how we need it detailed. Areas that we need to bring to attention and also to the people of this province. So you can introduce yourself. You're not here when we're doing introductions. You can introduce yourself and your colleague, then you can take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Commandant Nchawan Ndangani. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Commandant Nchawan Ndangani from Beckbridge. With me here, I'm Moving Chief Border, that's Chauke. Our aim today is to come here and give you a brief of what transpired during Easter period holidays. Bearing in mind that our Easter period, it talks to various departments that have to come in so that we can be able to curb and also interpret what is transpiring within the corridor of the N1 up to the port. And based on that, we do have so many transport that need to be conducted at. And then our operation started on the 31st of March until 9th of April, aiming to see to it that we do have to ensure that we deal with the undocumented and also people who are not having all the documents, whether they've overstayed so that they can be able to be put on board, and also the issue of roadblock along the N1. Bearing in mind that once we do have a roadblock, we state this so that we can be able to deter also the movement of undocumented and also the issue of the road blockage along the N1. Next slide, please. So our main aim is to ensure that we enhance the border security and also the border line. You can go to slide number 4. And then we are also having activities that have been deployed, wherein we talk about the issue of the roadblock, the infrastructure that we have. The roadblock was stayed at Matombo Lodge, which is 10 kilometers from the port. On that note, the traffic has to be deployed to the strategic area from Matombo Lodge to the port, so that if ever we do have any blockage, we can be able to release it. And we really appreciate the traffic, both local and also provincial, for their work that they've done to ensure that we don't have such a traffic within the N1. And then we do have the infrastructure that has been developed, that has been deployed from DPWI, and we also have additional personnel from various departments, be it CBRTA, BMA, and the SAPS. We also have the issue that we use overtime, so that we ensure that we have enough manpowers for us to able to curb to also handle the volume that was coming through within our port. And then we do have our SWOT analysis that has been done based on the outcomes of what transpired during this festive season. We do have the collaboration that is there between us and also Zimbabwe so that we can have a swift or a smooth traffic flow. So if ever we do have large volume this side, we also have to communicate with the Zimbabweans so that they can able to fast track the movement so that we don't have more more for high volume on the N1. We do have the meetings that we must held almost each and every day, and we do have the deployment along the borderline with the SNDF on a strategic area, and we were also blessed with the armored vehicles that were assisting us under the bridge so that we can able to camp along the borderline. Next slide, please. Under the strengths, we have the deployment of the drones. I understand that during the technology time, we must go along with it. We do have 2 pilots that were operating, and then they were also having a group that were acting up based on the outcomes of the drone, and then they were sponsoring that way. We were also deployed along the borderline, and there were all departments, all law enforcement, being BMA, SAPS and SADF, they were also responding to that. And then we do have the scanner from SAS, from the luggage, which means all the consignment that were coming in or the goods that were carried in by the bus or light vehicles, they were being sent by the scanner. If ever there's anything that has been illegal or under declared, they were intercepted on that note. Next slide. Under witness, as I've mentioned that we do have the drone, only 2 pilots, which means we cannot able to fly our drones 24 hours, meaning that they can able to work to a limited number. And we do have the issue of the fence that is dilapidated. And then based on the weather that came in, like this year we experienced a lot of floods. We're also experiencing rain in Musina, where when it can start, we don't even have a shelter where we can able to put our travelers, so which means they will be exposed to such weather. And then we also have the issue of the equipment that we didn't have. They're like the 2-way radio, we're not there. I understand the issue of towing vehicles that has been mentioned. I understand that from traffic they are aware that we didn't have such. And in that way, it also poses a challenge if ever we can have a breakdown, especially on heavy vehicles like trucks. But we were blessed this time, we didn't have any, but we cannot say it won't happen because it can happen at any time. So the other challenge that we have is the issue of the layout of our port. It's very much old, and the way it is, if ever somebody can come this side on the northern side, they can change and say we are going to north, or change to say we are going to south. However, the issue of for the border to be revamped, it should be underway. We are told that this year, then they will start. If they can do so, it will also assist. And then the opportunities is that we do have the deployment of resources, and then we must have a deployment of resources not only during festive season or Easter, and then we must also have the flying drone, meaning that they should also recruit more or have more pilots within the port so that we should always be proactive. Next slide, the threat. And then there are illegal movements that are happening within our port. Some, they will move and stretch under the illegal boat because of the dilapidated fence. And then we do have the issue of the cargo scanner, which is only operating only until 10 o'clock, which means after from 10 o'clock until 8 hours of the morning. If ever there's any illegal movement that is happening within the trucks, that's when we can be able to find that if not intercepted, then they can be able to proceed to our country, and that is not what our wish. And we also have the issue of the travelers. They will have to bypass the roadblock. Remember, our roadblock is only 10 kilometers. If ever they can stretch, they can be able to convene and find other people and then give them like the issue of the bus that happened, which is also a challenge to us, as well as the issue of the transport. So it's a challenge because once they do that, they can able to notice that the roadblock is up to this stage. They can able to maneuver and
go further beyond that. And in that note, we also did on the second leg that we were having the stop and set at the Boabab so that we can able to curb those which will be coming through Masisi and Madimbo Road. Next slide. These are the operational successes that has happened during our operation on the 9th until 31st. We did travelers that has passed through our port, both arrival and departure, up to 149,044. So those are all that has been done. Also the heats, the buses that have been searched, and also the light vehicles. Based on the fact that there were different departments, which means immigration, law enforcement, they do have their part. They apprehended 950 undocumented. Based on that, there were also minors that were unaccompanied, which I will talk it as I proceed. Amongst those people which are 950, that has been done. And also the issue of the detections, where there is a yellow fever, hoping that Port Health also have to come in, and then we ensure that whoever is coming through our country, they have to be screened so that we know who's coming. And then also the issue of circulation of the vehicles happens as well. It will show us also the number, and then also the number of joint operation that has been happening within that period. And then we do have the issue of the Section 50 that has been issued to a taxi. We have 9 taxis that have been issued. These are taxis that are ferrying undocumented people. Once you are being intercepted, they issue a section, and then per head is 15,000, meaning that from those taxis, there were a lot of number of fines. There were 9, meaning that there were almost more than the number that were inside, and they don't have document that they were having, and they have to issue it to the taxi driver or the owner of the transport, we call it conveyance, and then they have to pay. And then this is the issue of the Port Health, I talk about it. They also the issue of the confiscated goods, they talk about the birth control pills, which they will bring them into South Africa. And remember the issue of also the HIV test, which they came along with, which are not allowed to enter into our country. And then this is part of agriculture. This is confiscation happens whenever they are coming back to our country. Remember, once they visit their country, people, they prefer to have indigenous food that they will have to carry along, whereas they don't have all the valid documents that they need to come along with. They should be confiscated within the port of entry. And then we do have the customs. They issue fines based on their penalties that they didn't declare, or they hide them within the compartment, and then they have to issue such penalties to those clients, and they have to pay, and then it surpasses up to 1 million. And then we do have the under operation, we do have the traffic. Remember, there were provincial and also local from municipality. They issue penalty from the bus and also Maxi taxi, which were conveying and also without illegal document, they were pounded, those ones. And then they also issue fines as per the category for the light vehicles up to the buses and also the buggies. So those are the price of the total amount that has been done, which sit at 191,130. And then we also have the issue of the CBRTA have indicated that we were collaborated. They issue fines as well based on their compliance and the issue of cross-border permit that they should carry along. Those ones, they were prosecuted up to, they surpassed over 1 million. And then we do have the number of roadblocks that we have, and number of foot patrols that we have, and also number of stop and search, as I've indicated at the Boabab toll gate. And then there was one vehicle which was stolen, which was recovered by VIS through SAPS. And then we do have the borderline successes that were conducted. The issue of cigarette, as we're aware that the borderline normally where there are illegal crossing,
That's where most of the illegal activities are happening. Also the issue of the liquor, medicaments. They also confiscated one boat which they normally use it to cross the river so that they can able to ferry illegal immigrants to our country. We do have the issue of the fuel where, based on the fact that Zimbabwe fuel now is the price is high, they normally come to Messina and then they use containers to ferry fuel so that they can take it to Zimbabwe. It was also intercepted by SADF along the borderline. And then we do have incidents. There were two. The first one is the well-known one where 32 undocumented were intercepted in the Free State. The history from the documented part, from the BMA immigration part, is that when it passes through the port, according to the passenger list, it was having only 42. However, as and when it is intercepted in the Free State, it was having extra, meaning that they have to use all the legal routes and they convict somewhere along the way and then they taken them along. And then we do have the 13 minors which were intercepted from the age 4 to 17, and then they have to be taken to and then over to DSD so that they can able to liaise with the DSD from Zimbabwe, and then they have to be handed over to them for them to be able to relocate their parents. And then the lesson learned from this is that we need to be proactive, and when it comes to the planning and also coordination, when it comes to the state of readiness from the festive season or Easter during this critical period. And then there were some of the departments which were not having overtime, and that resulted into more officials being overwhelmed. They end up taking leave, which is not what we're anticipating, hoping that it will be changed in future. And then we did have the operational challenges which we need to look at. The issue of poor network coverage system, based on the fact where we are, is towards the end of South Africa where network it was a challenge. And also we do have the slow and unreliable system wherein it will just go down slow, and then it will make us have long queues within the port. And then we do have the issue of detention facilities that we don't have, which hopefully by revamping it will be addressed. And also the issue of towing, as I've indicated, the issue of cargo scanner not working 24 hours, and then the aging of the system. Sorry. EMS versus BMCS. I understand that BMA, they are now waving to have 2-point EMCS which will be enrolled and it will resolve the issue of the age. Sorry for that. And then the recommendation is that we recommend that the Department of Transport Community Safety take note of the content of this presentation. Sorry, PC, I'm getting Corona. In conclusion, the collaboration between stakeholders in the port environment resulted in the effective and effectiveness of the process of the people and the goods. I thank you.
Thank you very much. This report, I want us to take it for noting, because most of the challenges that were raised there, it needs a meeting bigger than this one. There are issues that we have noted. Remember, even when we are about to embark on the first Easter period monitoring, there's a lot of issues that we need to take out of this meeting to another meeting, for a lot of things there to be attended to. But what I think will be a take home, and also that is so saddening, is the fact that I was told that the border gate in the northern part, once you cross, it's more nicer, sophisticated and progressive than that of ours. That thing is still bitter in my mouth. And I believe with the process, something that we should take on is the construction or the revamping of the gate. Let's believe PC after that construction and the revamping, things will look better. And thank you very much, PMA. And this brings us to the last item on the agenda for today's meeting of the 14th of April 2026, the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety in the Limpopo Provincial Legislature. MEC, thank you, and your team. Gal, CEO, thank you, and the new interim board. I'm not seeing anybody's head looking at me from the board.
So hot seat.
I'm saying you are here. This is a tedious challenge that we will find yourself facing. And the people of this province and ourselves, we hope and pray that what you are here for will be adequately addressed. And within the 2 weeks of that meeting, when we meet, the mood of that meeting will be something completely different from what we see in this meeting. Provincial Commissioner and your team of brigadiers and the DPC, thank you very much. And it's so comforting to know that the people of this province are still safe, all of us. Not only we are also people of this province. And with the mood that we've seen through the men and women in blue, it says to us Limpopo is moving on an upward trajectory. Those other operations of ours, we'll discuss them at another meeting. But the people of Limpopo must know, including the learners in their own schools, that at any time you can pounce on them. And in an area where there's a learner with a gun, the owner of that gun should be held responsible.
Yes,
they really should be held responsible. So we can teach other schools, just I'm talking about our province, to know that Limpopo is not a place to play with. And honorable members of the provincial legislature attached to the Portfolio Committee on Transport, it's always a pleasure. We never have a meeting where we are short of any member, with an exception of JAM. I don't know if the administrators here, is the coordinators of UAT here? They are also not here. Yeah, there's never a day that we sit and we are running short of a member, and it's always a pleasure. And for me, to really execute this work diligently as a chair, it's not because I'm more brilliant than all of you or I'm much wiser. It's because we are a team and you have allowed yourself to be led by myself as tasked by our different political organizations. It's a pleasure and I really appreciate that so well. And the support staff, we can do this job diligently without all of you. Tate Pasha, your research analysis, someday if you decide to work this ones, I'm not telling the committee, we wouldn't know. But we have made sure that at all material times you are able to bring information that over and above what we are reading, something that is hidden somewhere in the books, HOD and CEO were able to bring it to our attention. That is to say, colleagues, Honorable MEC and your team, this has been a great pleasure and a wonderful meeting. This brings us to the logical conclusion of this meeting, and when you have yourselves a blessed day further, the meeting has come to its logical conclusion. Thank you very much.